All right, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yep, you should be able to hear me now. Yeah, I got to figure this stuff out. Had to make some do some things. I am going to. So I had to do a tech check. So for the people who, I guess I need to put some kind of disclaimer on the YouTube one when you first till sound off till 2 minutes. Um, for anybody who's, so I had to do. I'm doing a show next Friday on a show called Truth Wanted, and we have to do a sound check. And because of that, we had to change a bunch of settings, and now um, I had to change a bunch of settings. I wasn't sure if I had changed it back to the way so for it to work on StreamYard. Let me just make sure that it is known on this page. All right. But we are good to go now. We good to go. We good to go. Good to go. Good to go. Ready for conversations. Ready to talk. Talk the talk and walk the walk. When, all right, so I missed some of you guys' comments. It was a miracle he moved all the evidence. That what it is. Wait a minute. Let's see. Can't make comments about my mom and I not pay attention to that. When your mother find out you bring cuss, y'all be thinking I'm making this up. When your mother found out you been cussing God to his face, she will disown you, sir. Yeah, so I guess my mother should have disowned me about 20 years ago plus, because that's when my mother found out. And so you can, I like how people try to determine what someone else is going to do or their thought process. My mother has known from the moment actually my mother known about my questioning Christianity from day one, and she's the one who took me to the library. uh, some of the idiocy that people try to project on you is amazing because uh, they're going to try to determine how my family is going to feel. Because I did a video yesterday that I posted talking about how me and my family have respect and love for each other. So therefore, with my disbelief and other family members' disbelief, no one in the family is uh, disrespectful of that. And the fact that I do this show, it's funny. One of my cousins, who is very religious, but she has been allowing her sons to watch my show. Right? I was shocked that she did, but she does because my family is not trying to force anybody to believe something. They wanted to watch their cousin. They get to watch their cousin. But then I have the idiocy of people thinking that they can determine how my family is going to feel about me doing this show. You've lost your mind. Yeah, lost every bit of mind, every bit of credibility when you start to question, start to make statements that are beyond your possibility of knowledge. So anyway, beyond his ignorance, let us begin our conversation. Today's conversation, we are going to be talking about today's Noah's flood and the actual bullshit of the flood. Now, will I give you guys the fullness that I gave on a 3-hour lecture that I did a few months ago? And no, because that would be unfair for the people who participated in that lecture. So we're going to really focus on certain aspects dealing just mostly with the Bible, but a whole bunch of archaeology That shows that the flood did not happen, could have never happened. If you're curious, the flood story comes along around Genesis 6, I believe. So you have this situation where the sons of Seth is born, and Seth line is given, and Seth line goes all the way down to Noah. So Lamech has a son with his wife, and his son is supposedly Noah. Noah then grows up, has a wife, has 3 sons. According to the story, Noah is found to be righteous by God because wickedness is all over the planet. Now, a lot of people like to think that, oh, it was the giants who was causing all the wickedness and so on and so forth. That is something that you get from the book of Enoch. But if you were to read just your Bible, it doesn't say anything about the giants creating the wickedness. It says that the men, the sons of God came into the daughters of men, literally, and then they produced the Nephilim. The Nephilim then were known as the great men of renown, the heroes of old. That is all that the Bible says about the so-called Nephilim. It doesn't say that they were spreading evil, that they were teaching people metallurgy, that they were doing all these things. It says that they were the great men of the great soldiers, the great heroes of old, and the great men of renown. So, oh, and Sherry, I'm sorry I didn't get you. I was talking. I'm gonna start shortening how long people are on live. They're not gonna be carrying for like an hour. So we won't have that problem. But these were not the great men these were not the ones who was causing our problem. It just says that man was wicked and that God didn't want to get rid of, do the flood to kill the giants. It's that he wanted to kill everybody because man was just wicked. And then he tells us, but he finds Noah and say, you know what, that's a good dude right there. I like him. So I'm gonna save him and I'm gonna tell him how to build this boat. And then I'm gonna bring all these animals to him, and then he's going to, restart civilization because this God, who is all knowing, all powerful, regretted making man. He has regrets. So he supposedly floods the earth, starts raining 40 days, 40 nights. The waters burst from the great deeps. And for 40 days and 40 nights, you have this outpouring of water. Then the rain stops, the gushing flows stop. And supposedly Noah's floating around for almost a year, for over a year. And then he lands in the mountain range of Ararat. He doesn't land on Mount Arafat. He lands in the mountain ranges of Ararat. And from there, he sends out a couple of birds. I think it's a raven. Sends out a raven. Raven comes back. Send out another raven. Raven comes back. Sends out a dove. Dove comes back with an olive branch. Right? Sound very Greek. Comes back with an olive branch. And then he says, "Oh, time to get off the boat." So they get off the boat. Let all the animals free. But he takes one of every unclean animal and one of every clean animal. Sorry. Because in one version of the Noah story, he takes 2 of every animal, and then in another version, he takes 2 of every unclean and 7 of every clean animal. And so he takes 1 of every clean animal, which would be a hell of a lot of animals, and then he does a sacrificial barbecue for this god. This god is smelling the meats, comes flying over to the meats, and says that although he regrets making man, and man was wicked, he'll promise Abraham to never do it again. So he makes a rainbow in the sky, and then Noah's generations are supposed to go in. And then Noah plants a vineyard because he wants to get drunk, and then Noah's kids are supposed to go out and recreate life on earth, spread humanity. That's the story in a nutshell, if you've never heard it before. Now, if you was living in the Near East in that time frame, you would have heard this story plenty of times before, because you would have heard this story based on the Sumerian texts, based on the Akkadian text based on the Babylonian text. Because you would have heard the story of Atrahasis, which is the Babylonian text. You would have heard in the Epic of Gilgamesh about Utnapishtim. You would have heard about Zuasudra. And there's one more. It's Zuasudra. No, that's it. Zuasudra, Utnapishtim, Atrahasis, and then there's Noah. So you'd have already heard this story before. So if you were in Babylonian captivity under the Babylonians through the Epic of Gilgamesh, you would have already heard about Utnapishtim and how Utnapishtim was seen as the only righteous man, that there was this flood that was coming, and he was given warnings of this flood. And because he was given warnings of this flood, he then built a boat, right? And when he built the boat was a circular boat, which is still a commonly used type of boat building in the along the Euphrates River right now. But he would have built that boat, and that boat was he brought on animals, and he saved his family. There was on now this flood only lasted for 6 days, but then it came to rest on a mountain, and then he made a sacrifice, and then the gods came and they ate the sacrifice. And then they restarted civilization. So you heard this story before about him, about Utnapishtim. Now, when Atrahasis, you'd have heard of Atrahasis' story because the Utnapishtim story was passed down from the Atrahasis story. And you would have heard everything was pretty much the same, relatively the same, building a boat, saving his family, and some craftsmen. Now, some craftsmen got to get saved with Atrahasis. So it wasn't just his family. So he saved some craftsmen, had the animals, got off the rain for 6 days, landed on the mountain, got off the boat, made a sacrifice. The gods came and ate the sacrifice. And then, hey, he restarted civilization. And if you have been hearing the old stories, you heard about Zuasudra, who the gods was mad. Mankind was too loud. So Enlil was like, fuck him, kill him. Caused the flood. But he was warned by Enki, built the boat, got all the animals on there, and him and his family and a couple of craftsmen. Was on there for 6 days. The boat landed on top of the mountain, made some sacrifices. Oh, all of them sent birds out too. I forgot, all of them sent out birds. Made some sacrifices. And then, the gods came to eat the sacrifice. And then they restarted civilization. So the Genesis book of Genesis could not have been written no earlier than the 700s BCE. But what most scholars agree that it was probably written around 500 BCE. Now, these Sumerian stories, the oldest tablets that we have in Sumerian stories date back to about 2500 BCE. Even though their civilization was back further than that, the oldest thing we have only dates back to 2500 BCE. So we're just going to work with those numbers. So we got almost 2,000 years to over 2,000 years of time of a flood story of Zuasudra, Utnapishtim, and Atrahasis being told long before there ever was the telling of this Noah story. And they sound awfully similar. Awfully similar. That is, so from a historical storytelling point of view, because I am not saying that Atrahasis existed, I am not saying Zuasudra existed, I am not saying Utnapishtim existed, although I do like that name, Utnapishtim. It's like Utnapishtim jokers, didn't it? But yes, Utnapishtim. I do like the name. So it's not that I'm saying that any of those stories actually happen either. But there's a basis for all these stories to have come from, and this is where science actually comes into play. Where science comes into play. How do I want? So I haven't looked at none of the comments while I was going through that breakdown. So let me go through a couple of these comments and see if anything is worthy. Yes, the Bible story is a copy of the Sumerian story. Exactly. It's just it's a story that's passed down. It's a story that's passed down from culture to culture within this Middle Eastern culture, this Middle Eastern Mediterranean culture, but mainly just in what we call the Middle Eastern and Mesopotamia was this story being told. How did the sloth travel from South America to the Middle East? Exactly. The story is just filled and compacted with very large problems when we start looking at it from a scientific point of view. But they said, "But God" is what the answer would be. But God. That is how the sloth got to the Middle East, because it was God. So we don't have any. So there's no way that this story is a true story, right? So who said I can't prove there was no flooding on Earth then? Who said I can't prove that the global flood didn't happen? You see, you got to be specific with the word. Specific with the word. The global flood of Noah never happened. And I would love for somebody who think they can try to prove it to try to come up here and prove it. There would have been show and prove. There would have been dead bodies everywhere. The flooding would have mixed all the waters of salt water and fresh water. There would be no freshwater fish, and most of your saltwater fish and stuff would die too. Now you have some mammals that could still survive. You have some mammals, a couple of them, some dolphins, right? You have some dolphins. You have some sea otters. Because there was no aquarium. There's no aquarium. So the animals, the animals in the water just have to do their thing. The penguins, they can't fly, but they can't live just in water either. The penguins need some land. Right? So I'm gonna get to that. Doc Holliday. That there were civilizations around before the flood, during the flood, after the flood. The Minoans, the Egyptians. These are just people who were right there in the Mediterranean, but we have many other civilizations that were around during that whole time frame. But what was I going? Where was I? Oh, so all the water, the ocean ecology would have been so destroyed, all the coral reefs destroyed, all the plankton would have been destroyed. Do you realize that 80% of the oxygen on the planet is provided from the ocean? Right? So if you are not, so nobody will be able to breathe. None of those people would have been able to breathe. J. Christos.
Sorry. Yeah, how you doing?
Pretty good. Are you over 18 or 21?
Yes, I am 25.
Okay. And you are a believer or not?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Okay. So, what is your evidence that the flood story happened?
Well, if we're just going off of, besides biblical texts, if we're going off of historical things, if you were to just track the time of Noah throughout the history of the world, you could most likely pinpoint it around the time of the Ice Age. So if the sea levels were to rise, that would be, and like I said, I'm somebody, I like to take the Bible outside biblical text, even though I am Christian, but also apply it to the world.
Mm-hmm.
So the only way that would happen, knowing that Noah is basically when humans civilization was before human civilization, like he's one of the first humans, around. The only time that could happen and that would make sense historically, to where sea level would raise on a global or semi-global level, would be the melting of the ice age, which seawater levels did rise around that time. And that's how I would decipher it from a scientific point of view.
I understand what you're saying, but what you're saying also would not work. It wouldn't work for a couple of reasons, right? One of the reasons is because Noah was supposedly born about 1,000 years after Adam. Okay?
You said 1,000 years after who?
After Adam.
Yeah, which runs Seth, Enoch, etc., etc.
Right. So if you go by the biblical chronology of who begat who and how old they were, you get the birth of Adam, or the creation of Adam, in around 4,600 BCE.
4,600. Assuming you're saying BC.
BCE, yeah. So that would put Noah's birth around 3,700 BCE. And then I think he was what, 500-600 years old?
Yeah, I believe Noah lived until like 600, 700, somewhere around there.
Right. Well, he was 500 when he started building the ark. He built this ark.
Yeah.
So that would have put Noah right around, that would put the timeline right around 3,000, around 3,000 BCE. Now, most people, biblical scholars, say that the flood happened around 2,500 BCE, but we have a time frame between 3,000 and 2,500 BCE would be the time frame of Noah's flood. You with me?
Yeah. I'm still here. I'm just doing some research, so I'm just listening.
Yeah. Now, I guess because we're getting echo or something. So
I can mute myself.
Okay. So what you're talking about is the Younger Dryas flood. The Younger Dryas, was the end of the last ice age, that occurred around between 12,000 BCE and 9,000 BCE. So this is at least 6,000 to 7,000 years before Noah would be the Younger Dryas flood. The Younger Dryas flood, and so that's one. The other problem with that, the Younger Dryas flood only raised sea levels by 400 feet. So since it only raised sea levels by 400 feet, that is not enough to cover the Mount Everest, the Mounts of Ararat. It's not enough for water. That's not enough water. Yes, there would have been might have been tidal waves and things of that nature. It may have caused some raining because we don't know why it all happened in a very short period of time. And it only happened for a very short period of time, like 6 to 10 days of water rising. Now, so that doesn't fit in the flood narrative either. So there's two strikes on the Noah's flood version possibly being true based on that scientific information that you presented.
Right. So as far as that goes, you're claiming that it would have happened, that the ending of the ice age would have happened 600 years prior to Noah, right?
No, at least 6,000 years before Noah.
At least 6,000 years prior from Noah. And you said that Adam is about 1,000 years prior from Noah.
Yeah.
So basically, so you're saying that there were civilizations before Adam is essentially what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
Because there were civilizations, well, that wouldn't match up because Adam is the beginning of human beings.
Well, according to your story. But according to archaeology, he's not. According to archaeology, there were civilizations and people groups long before the Adamic story starts.
Well, if you were to go off of his history, even the Bible is one of the most is one of the main sources of his historical and archaeology. Yeah, there you go.
But no, that's not true.
Yes, it is. You can search it up. Search up. Wait, hold on. Because I don't do this with people all the time. Search up, right? Is the Bible the most accurate document on the planet?
Oh, actually.
What they're gonna do is that they're gonna say that most historians don't go to it as the main source, but as far as the most preserved about history and things of that nature, because the Bible talks about real Egyptian kings, real Middle Eastern kings, real African kings who literally lived.
Okay.
No other religion really does that.
With no, then you haven't studied much Hindu.
Well, Hinduism, most of Hinduism's religious base isn't historical. Like I can't talk about Pontius Pilate. You know what I'm saying? I could go in the Bible and talk about Pontius Pilate. You know what I'm saying? Like I could say no, like that's the like Jesus was a real person who was crucified who was crucified under Pontius Pilate because of the Israelite religious order, meaning that they felt like he was breaking the law. You know, you already know the story. Okay. So, like that's a real historical thing. Like,
okay, that's historical, yeah. That Pontius Pilate existed, that he crucified a bunch of people.
Yeah.
But we actually have no outside proof of an eyewitness or historical records of him crucifying the Jesus of the Bible.
Well, the entire crucifixion, like Jesus's death is known as the most historical thing on this planet. Like that's factual. Like there's no doubt about nothing on this earth. The only person probably come close, honestly speaking, not trying to display Jesus, is probably Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody else comes closer to Jesus' existence. And one thing that
doesn't mean anything. That means absolutely nothing, because people know of a story more so than any other story.
No.
But
it's not because you got to think, right? I wasn't there for Alexander the Great. I wasn't there for Mansa Musa. So everything about his history is literally eyewitness accounts.
Okay, but there's no eyewitness. We're getting way off subject, but there's no eyewitness. There's no eyewitness account of Jesus. But going back to subject matter,
right? Go on. Sorry.
The Bible is not the most historical, accurate telling, and it's going to be and the only way you can reference that if you were to include the word book. But if you look at where we have the most accurate historical records, then the 250,000 plus tablets that we found throughout the city of Nineveh would be more so than the Bible. All the meta-natures that you find all over different temples and walls throughout Egypt would be more. The scrolls of the Chinese dynasties would be more. But if you just want to solidify it and put it just in a book, I'll give you just a book. But we know actually more about the Roman civilization and its 1,000-year reign. That background noise is killing me. 1,000-year reign than we know about than the Bible. That information is more accurate than the biblical information.
Well, actually, that's actually not true, because the Bible is the most preserved historical document that we have.
If you was on my live yesterday, you realized that was a nope.
Ancient time.
That's a nope. You actually have no clue if what you're reading in your Bible is exactly what was written in 1st century or said in 1st century. because you have no evidence of anything from first century. If you talk just for the New Testament alone. Now, for the Old Testament, there is absolutely nothing that has been proven historical in the Bible that precedes the 7th century BCE. I might give you a slight nod to 900 BCE because of the Tel Dan Stele, but beyond that, you don't have anything about the Exodus. There's nothing about the flood. There's nothing about Moses. There's no evidence of Joshua. You don't really get any evidence of anything historical in the Bible until you kind of get into Samuel, but there's nothing about Job. You can't prove nothing that's in Job. Nothing in Genesis can be proven. Nothing about Abraham. Until you get to like King Hezekiah, do you have outside sources?
Wait, hold on. I mean, you could maybe play around with the New Testament and say that maybe early in Genesis with like more of the spiritual things. I guess you want to talk about like the creation of the world, the Garden of Eden, etc., cool. But when it comes to Abraham, like we're talking about Ibrahim of Israel, no, he has a carbon footprint. And in a matter of fact, the war that's going on right now is because of his carbon footprint. So that's proof of itself.
No, that's not. That's proof of belief.
Wait. Oh, hold on.
That's proof.
People like the Israel and who they fighting?
They're fighting the Palestinians right now.
Yeah, the Palestinians. They're literally fighting because of the exact same person. His carbon footprint.
No,
so
not.
That's just,
they're fighting because they believe in him. There's no proof.
No, wait, hold on. Hold on. It's because he was a real person is why their genealogy exists, and that's a fact.
No, it's not a fact.
What?
They're assuming. They're
How
making.
Are they assuming when they literally like it's like saying I'm assuming that Mansa Musa was real. No, Mansa Musa was a real person. We have no proof of Mansa Musa at all. Besides eyewitnesses and a couple of tablets. Remind you, Mansa Musa is still not more known than Ibrahim of Israel.
Here's the thing. Don't care about Mansa Musa right now in this conversation. What is somebody believing in something is not proof of something.
But you keep saying believing like
because
like
what's the proof of
what's the proof?
What's the show me the DNA. Show me the DNA.
Okay. You want to know his proof? His proof is that you look in the Bible and you watch the places that God told Abraham to go and take over and to conquer and to follow and to spread. That's exactly where his people are right now, which is why they're trying to go back to the Holy Land now. Am I saying that those people, well, that's a totally different story, but anyways, is why they're trying to get back to the Holy Land, because historically, taking out biblical or Judaism or whatever, historically, that genealogy, which is scientific, that race or that tribe of people did start there. They did go there, and they were pushed out by other nations. That's a historical fact. And for the fact that people are currently unaliving because of that historical fact is proof.
That's not, you keep, just because you say it's a historical fact doesn't make it a historical fact.
Oh my God.
There are people, you are talking about the fact that people are fighting a war. People believe that they are attached to this group. People know that so a person whose family has been in the Middle East, in Israel, for as far back as they know, and that's all they know, is that their family has been there. It doesn't make this mythos of Abraham real because somebody's family has been there. That would be like saying that if a Mexican person says that, well, my family has been in Mexico as far back from the beginning, before Columbus, before all these other people ever came, all the way back to the Aztecs. So that means Quetzalcoatl is real.
Right. So what you said is actually kind of like a perfect example of what I'm saying, right? It's like, how can you look at Mexicans and push them and build a wall with them, right? When the Aztecs and the Mayans were all over North America. So how can you now look at these Mexicans who are Native Americans, right? And tell them you have to pay citizenship. Well, they're gonna look at you, wait, hold on. They're gonna look at you and say, well, according to my genealogy, I don't believe that New York City belongs to the Awak tribe of X, Y, and Z. There's historical fact. Look, when you dig up a skeleton, there's a fact. When you look at this talisman, there's a fact. When you look at this picture or this painting in a cave, it's the same painting that my family used for their family crest. That's a fact. Those are called historical carbon footprints. But I also want to.
So where's Abraham's body?
Abraham's body is most likely buried or corroded. We're talking thousands of years.
He told you where he buried it.
Where's Alexander the Great's body? Where's George Washington's body gone?
George Washington's body is actually in his tomb in Mount Vernon. But the question was, where's Abraham's body? Don't try to jump to where's these other people's body.
No.
Am I asking for proof of Alexander? Am I asking for proof of Washington? I'm asking for proof of Abraham.
But I want to show you this though, right? I searched up, is the Bible the most accurate document in the world? It's just that the Bible has been proven to be more historically, and you know that word I can't say, archaeology accurate than any, not some, not halfway, not 25%, 100% of any other ancient book.
Okay.
It had been subjected to
okay.
the
you know, I'm not going to get into the argument about that because
wait, hold on.
No, you're wasting time because look, you got to understand.
Can I get an amen though?
Huh? You're wasting time because I'm not going to let people be on for long periods of time like I normally do, like I have been in the past. But here's the thing. The Bible can be accurate about the city of Jerusalem. It can be accurate about certain pharaohs and certain kings and things of that nature. That's fine.
It's accurate about not only history,
no,
but the creation of man and science.
That's where.
Look at it. Wait. Hold on. Pause.
No, stop. You're making conjectures that are not true, because you cannot say because something is accurate in this one part means that the whole of it is accurate.
Wait. Hold on. Even though it is more historically accurate, it is the only perfect book of historical history. And
it did not say perfect book of history. You see, that's what you're doing. And that's what I was just saying before.
All right. My fault.
And it is not the Exodus never happened. There's zero evidence of the Exodus. There's zero evidence of Noah's flood, which is the conversation today.
Okay.
But look, I'm going to have to let you go because I need you to fix whatever that echo background thing is.
Okay, my fault. Yeah. You could join me and then I'll come up later. Thank you. Appreciate that, boss.
No problem.
I'll go.
Ooh, that echo was killing me. Oh, I couldn't do. Ooh. Oh, it sounds so much quieter. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying to deal with the echo, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't deal with the echo.
Hey there.
What up, 1984? Is that when you was born?
No, I was born way before that, man. I'm an old dude.
Oh.
I like the book by George Orwell.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
So, I remember that book.
Yeah. So I kind of pay him homage by my title. Yeah, the Bible, when people say the Bible, there are hundreds of Bibles. One was put out in 2020. The Jehovah's Witnesses have the New World Translation. There are at least 3 versions of the King James Bible. And then they took from the Tanakh and the Torah. the Torah is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, but it has different names in Hebrew. But of course, the Torah took from Egypt and Mesopotamia and a bit from the land of Canaan. It wasn't the same people that they're describing today. The genetically, one group has no connection, the other group does, but I won't get into that for the sake of your life. So yeah, it's a book mostly of fantasy, parables, fables, racism, misogyny, child abuse, fairy tales, but there are a few points in there that are valid. Some of the pharaohs that they mentioned did exist, some of the emperors, some of the regions, but the rest is really mind control. G-side, and almost every insane thing you could think of. Now, the character Jesus wasn't Jesus, it was Yeshua, but even he was a myth. But there may have been some men with, with long hair or that ran after goats, But other than that, it's really just a book to read for fun, to understand why some people believe in dogma. And it's intriguing. I don't take it seriously at all, but of course some people do, and they give their life for it. So yeah, do you feel the same way, or you have kind of a different view on the Bible?
No, we are relatively similar in my viewpoint of the Bible. It's just it's a made up history. The only part I would add is that you have a Canaanite people who separate themselves to become Israelites, and so they begin to create their own history, and that went through centuries and centuries of development, which is why it doesn't speak with one voice. You can see that's why there are contradictions in it, because it's not speaking with one voice. And that it was created, and then the New Testament was created to control people.
Yeah, different Bibles also left off certain sections. So you pick one Bible up, some things are slightly different. And why would a powerful God, I always ask believers this, why would a powerful God that can do anything need a human to write a book? To make mistakes in translation, transliteration, transcription, and then take the word God from the Proto-Germanic Gudan, also known as Got, of the Germanic tribes, who were black people, by the way. All people before about 2,000 years ago would have been black to some degree. And why would that God then need the letter J, which was created in Italy 526 years ago? There's so many thousands of flaws with the Bible. He would have to be a she or a they, and they would have to be imperfect, blind, psychopathic, sociopathic, genocidal. If they said that, then I would believe that God really might exist, because he's a psycho. So yeah. Thanks.
No, he would be a psycho. I appreciate you.
Yeah. All right, brother.
All right, brother. Thanks.
All right, peace.
Peace.
All right, here we go. Time to shine.
How old are you?
I'm 35 in human years, sir.
Okay, and are you a believer?
I am a Ashkenazi, to be exact.
Okay.
And the guy up there, before I get into what I'm saying, he's correct about the Germanic. I'm a Germanic expressionist, my Anglo-Saxon. Mm-hmm. Genetics and all of that from Goth, going back even past Kemet, and all of that. Even in the studies of Julius Caesar, who studied the Egyptians and ways of life and colonial living.
Okay.
That's neither here
nor there.
Yeah,
I don't care about all that right now. So, yeah. What is your proof that the flood story happened?
Okay, so we're just going to get into the factualities that the moon controls the water, right? Can we agree on that?
The moon affects tides, so yeah, sure.
The tides. Okay, so the moon has an effect. It attracts the water. The gravitational pull of the moon, scientifically, factually, gravitates the water and draws the rain and all of that. A lot of people think it's precipitation and all of that type of stuff. Just fancy scientific names of things, but it's the moon that moves the water around in the atmosphere and all of that with the nitrogens and things. So what I'm getting to is that, the moon can be controlled. So we're going to factually prove that the moon can be controlled now, right? You ever heard of something called helium-3? Yes or no?
I've heard of it. I can't think of it. But
okay, so helium-3 is found on the moon. China is mining on the moon right now. Helium-3 is $20 million a kilo. That's how much it costs for a kilo. Now, what we use helium-3 for, because its information is very valuable into the factualities of the flood. So just follow me for a little bit. I don't mean to be long-winded.
Look, okay, so one thing you should know about me is I'm a very direct person.
Yeah.
So some long diatribe, no.
But the information that I'm sharing is factualities to factualize.
You're going to what we do in mining today and so on and so forth has nothing to do with a flood story that supposedly happened between 3,000 and 2,500 BCE.
It does technologically and technology-wise, it does, because the moon can be controlled when we get into, the people or the controllers, which we call the source of governance.
So you're saying the people 3,000 BCE had powers to control the moon?
Yeah, Egypt is proven factual.
So all this other bullshit. How did Egypt control the moon? So how did Egypt control the moon?
Because we had extraterrestrials. That's proven too. It's factualizing. They're about to do a summit on it this month. The Pentagon and all of that.
I appreciate you coming up here, but I don't get into those kinds of conspiracy theories.
That's not a conspiracy.
I appreciate
because you're not available and able to.
I'm gonna drop you now because I don't do it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Flat Earth and alien shit, I don't know. No. That's not. I mean, why can't I get somebody who just want to prove I can't get the ones that just say they can prove the flood. I know somebody on, I think it was Q on YouTube was saying that, they have the seashells on top of Mount Everest. I need you to look up how the continent, the plate of India and hit the Asiatic plate, which started creating the Mount Everest, which came up from the sea. That's why you have fossilized seashells on certain mountains like Everest. All right, because mountains generally start underwater. Just like if you go to Jamaica is nothing more but the top of a mountain. The overwhelming majority is underwater. If you go to Hawaiian Islands are under the vast majority of the Hawaiian Islands is an underwater mountain. So that's how you get mountains on top of, get seashells on top of mountains. It doesn't prove flood. Professor, I forgot the first name, the name after that. Can you hear me? You there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you over 18? Over 21?
Am I clear?
Huh? Are you over 21?
Is my speaker okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you over 21?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Are you over 21? Are you over 21?
You said, am I over?
Are you over 21?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you a believer?
Okay. Me personally, like, I never believe in the Bible, but it took me a while, and about the Noah's Ark, I believed it. Not the Bible, but the Noah's Ark particular, I believed it, because right now, see, our technology is only 200 years old, right? And those times they were able to live for almost about 500 to 700 years. So imagine the capacity of the technology they would have had. And right now, if we say we should build the Noah's Ark, I think it is possible.
Longevity of life doesn't necessarily mean that technology will grow because people are around longer. If anything, technology may slow down because people are complacent with the lifestyle that they've been living and they pass that lifestyle down. Kind of like how you have older people today who still got rotary phones in their houses because they won't move to new technologies. So living a long time doesn't mean that. we actually have no proof whatsoever that any of these people who claim to have lived 900 years, 1,000 years, that they actually lived that long. Those are just stories, right? And
but see,
they would.
The religion. I think the religion came later, because if you see that in the olden times they believed in more scientific and technologies more than the.
Say that part again. They believe what? Could you repeat what you said? My man, are you still there? Hello? This is just. I think this is just one of those days with the guest, I guess. One of those days with the guest. So one of those concepts about the people living for longer periods of time back then, there's actually no proof that any of those people were living for any extended amount of time. So that's just storytelling. That's just storytelling. The concept and idea that the earth was more pristine back then is also storytelling. And when you look at how people lived in those societies, they were drinking and getting their drinking water from the same places that cows and deer and sheep and pigs were frolicking in, and all this sort of thing. So there's nothing that means that. And their infant mortality rate was way freaking higher, so people were dying at earlier ages. That's a bunch of bullshit. We just made up stories. Den, are you over 21?
Yeah, good afternoon, my brother.
Good afternoon. Are you over 21?
Yeah, man.
All right. Are you a believer?
I wish I was 21 again.
Are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm a believer, my brother.
All right. In which God?
So let me ask you this question, because you said that you didn't think that people could actually live 900 years. We still have people that's well over 100 years old. They ate maybe 108, 110.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine those people back then, they didn't eat the same foods that we eat now that shortens our longevity. It's the foods that we eat, and I don't think they were eating the same foods that we eat today. I believe that if we didn't eat this type of food, we could probably live just as long, or even somewhat longer than we do today.
Well, we could. You are right about that part. Scientists have evaluated the human body, and they estimate that the human body should be able to live somewhere between 150 to 200 years. But we're talking about people living 700 years, 800 years. And I want you to think about this. If the body was so much more pristine back then, Sarah was only about 70, 80 years old, and she thought that she was too old to have a baby, because obviously, even at their time frame, their culture, they understood fertility only lasts so long because the human body can only produce for so long. You understand where I'm going with that?
I get what you're saying there.
So if Sarah knew that aging stops a certain process within a woman's body, and that she was too old for it, then it would somewhat lead you to think that their bodies wasn't that much different from ours.
So let me ask you this. If they repopulated the earth, so that means that they would have had to have a lot of kids. One man would have to have a lot of kids, because kids have to get a certain age in order to start their repopulation. So it's possible that these individuals could have lived just as long as the Bible say they lived.
But the problem with that is that there were civilizations that were existing before, during, and after the flood. The Egyptian civilization was there before, during, after. The Minoans, the Chinese. There were many civilizations that were still around when the flood supposedly happened. Matter of fact, there's a when I was in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Yes.
When you go up to, I forgot what little mountaintop thing it is that overlooks the river that goes through Chattahoochee, but at Moccasins Bend, they have evidence of the native civilization being at Moccasin Bend before the flood, during the flood, and after the flood.
So about the background noise, I was just making a quick delivery. But I had another question to ask you also.
Wait a minute. No, before you ask a question, see, I make a statement, ask a question, you don't.
I just want to elaborate on a statement that you said. Why would God need an individual to write a book?
Now, that was a statement somebody else made, but you're.
I'm sorry.
But hold on. What is your thought process? Because we can't do that. We can't just somebody say something and then you just go off onto something else, because then the other thing is never resolved or even discussed or talked about. If you got this civilization at Moccasin Bend in Tennessee before, during, and after the flood, then your statement concerning how they repopulated the earth cannot be true.
I don't know what you mean by Moccasin Bend.
Moccasin Bend is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. When I did a video about a year or so, 2 years ago, when I was there, about how their civilization had been at Moccasin Bend. Archaeologists show that their civilization had been there before, during, and after the flood. So that civilization was there during those time frames. Then Noah's flood and his sons repopulating the earth cannot be true. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I get what you're saying here, but remember when water land on the mountains, right? I heard water. If water was to cover the mountain, it's going to leave its mark over time. If water keeps falling onto a rock, that rock is going to have a different pattern to it. So we do have mountains that has the evidence. I'm sure these rocks didn't just grow up like this. So it had to be that the water was receding. As the water receded, it was leaving layers and layers upon layers.
What does that have to do with people's civilizations being there before, during, and after the flood? Still there?
I'm still here.
What does rainfall, landing on mountains, and creating grooves and erosion have to do with people being in Moccasins Bend, being in the Greek island of Manoah, being in the Nile River Valley of Egypt before, during, and after the flood?
I can explain that one.
There's an easy explanation. The Noah's flood story is false. Because how can they have repopulated the earth? The claim is that everybody died except for Noah and his family. The claim is Noah and his sons, Noah's sons and their wives repopulated the earth. both can't be true at the same time. You have literature that is claiming Noah. We have archaeology that demonstrates that these civilizations were around during those time frames. So which one is true? Noah's story or the fact that the Indians at Moccasin Bend were there? The Minoans were there. The Kemetic people were there. And there are so many other people that were there.
I'm not going to say they were already there. I would say they migrated there.
No, that's what you want to say, but that's not the truth. There's no break in the Kemetic kings list. There's no migration of people coming in at 2500 BCE or 3000 BCE in that land. Those people were already there. The people in the people in Tennessee, you're saying that some people in 3000 migrated to Tennessee from the Middle East. I understand it's hard to, you believe in this God, so you need to believe what's in it. And that's what makes it difficult. So you have to find a rationale for it. But let's be real. There's no way some people migrated to Tennessee, to East Tennessee from the Middle East in 3000 or 2500 BCE.
Why was that impossible?
Well, one, they would not have been able to cross the ocean at that time frame, not the Atlantic. I've been across the Atlantic 4 times. That's some bitch is a bastard. If they was going the opposite direction, they would have had to cross the Pacific or I forgot the name of the sea that's up there by Alaska. They would have had to migrate from that point. But we don't see any migrations during that time frame going across the Atlantic nor across the Bering Straits and whatever the northern sea is over there, or the Pacific, from a Middle Eastern people. So there's no proof of that happening. So the likelihood of it happening is nil. But those people who were in Moccasin Bend also demonstrates that their ancestors had been there since the last ice age, and that they have, and when they started building certain types of structures, utilizing certain types of tools, it shows the progression of that civilization during the time frame that they've been there until modern times. So they have their own history of being there without a migration. It shows when they migrated there, which was around 12,000 BCE, which would have been during the last ice age.
So who's to say that they actually migrated there? What if they were already in the land and they just kind of scattered out?
That makes your story, that actually hurts the biblical story even more so if they were already there and then scattered out. Because that would now, and not only does that, it already invalidates the Adam story and the Abraham story. It's even double whammy on their story and on the Noah story at that point. So if you follow that logic, which is actually a true logic, that they were there before all this, before any biblical account, then the biblical accounts are not true as far as creation and the spread of man and so on and so forth.
But what if as what we know today in our history books has been altered to make things appear as they were, as the things that wasn't there as they write in the books.
Well, although history books can be altered, archaeology and PhD papers and journals and where you can find true history, which is not more in-depth history, which is going to be at a higher level, those go through peer review. So you would have to get every American archaeologist, and when I say American archaeologist, because you do have archaeologists who only study things in the Americas, like they study the history of the people in Moccasin Bay and other native tribes and so on and so forth, right? You would have to get every archaeologist to agree on whatever this change is that you want to have, or this false information. But the problem is that when you can see peer review on pretty much every finding, and that's why you can't just say, okay, well, the history books can be curtailed. Yeah, I grew up in the South. I grew up in Georgia. Them damn history books when I was growing up tried to make the Civil War seem like it was about states' rights and not about the state rights to own slaves. The Daughters of Confederacy made sure of that. But when I grew up and I started going to the libraries and I started going to reading PhD papers, you start to realize that the history books in high school is not all the history. So it's been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that the natives in Moccasin Bend, I don't know why I want to say Bay, Moccasin Bend had been there before, during, and after. The Egyptians the same way, the Minoans the same way.
Aren't they finding proof that the Egyptians were here in America already, and not as they say out in the Middle East?
No, those are Black people conspiracy theories. They have found no proof of any Egyptians being in the Americas. The whole what's the place? Grand Canyon stuff. There's zero proof of that, which is the main thing that's pushing it. And then you got the ones trying to say that the Mississippi River is the Nile River and all this stuff. Those are just some Black people making up stuff because they hate themselves, basically, is how I see it. They don't want to have any attachment to Africa because of the propaganda that's been placed against Africa for the last few centuries. And so they try to distance themselves and make everything about America. And that they something special, instead of just growing up and recognizing that you become special because you decide that you're going to be special. I don't need a special history to be special. But there's no proof of it. Now, the closest thing you will get is that this dude built one of the Egyptian ships. It was called the Thor II. Exactly how the Egyptians built it, and he sailed it across the Atlantic. Now, it demonstrates that the Egyptians had the technology to do it, but there's no demonstration of them doing it. There's information that would suggest that some West Africans made their way to the Caribbean and Mexico, and the evidence that would support that, other than Columbus's and Cortez's journals, is the fact that certain plant life made its way to West Africa, and then from West Africa made its way up into Egypt. One of them being a little cocaine. But there's no proof of Egyptians living and being in the Americas. That's just made up stuff.
So we know that Noah made, according to the scriptures, Noah made his ark out of gopher wood, right?
Yeah.
How many places is gopher wood located?
We actually have no idea what gopher wood that Noah spoke about actually is. So you had a biblical archaeologist explorer who was looking for the fountain of youth in Florida, saw the Teray trees in South Georgia and Florida, and he named that tree Gopher wood.
Why would he do that?
Because he was a Christian. Just like there's a Bethlehem, Georgia, a Eden, Texas, a Nazareth, cities in America named Nazareth and Nineveh. When colonist Christians came into places, they renamed stuff. You go down to Namibia and you got cities that they renamed after biblical cities because they're Christian and they felt that they had the authority to be able to rename stuff however they wanted to. Like what state do you live in?
I live in Minnesota. So either somebody is creating a story about us that is told about us from the Bible, or the Bible is not true.
Say that one more time. People who are
okay, either somebody is creating from the Bible our lives according to the book of Deuteronomy, all the things that was going to happen to us. So either somebody is intentionally making our lives a living hell as the Bible said they would, and doing exactly everything the Bible said what was going to happen to us, or either the Bible is not true.
Well, the Bible is not true in many cases. You have certain aspects of it that is true. It's prophecies and things like that. Those things are alluded to many different people, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually talking about those people. So like you mentioned Deuteronomy, the 260 something years of slavery, of transatlantic slavery, is not what Deuteronomy 28 is talking about. Deuteronomy 28, if there was any piece of history that supports Deuteronomy 28, it would be when Titus conquered Judea, and then by ship and by land, he sent slaves all over the Roman Empire, Hebrew slaves all over the Roman Empire. And there were some Hebrews who tried to escape, and they went to different other lands, one of those lands being Egypt, and they went to hire themselves out as slaves. Now, we don't know if people were buying them or not, but the transatlantic slave trade, there were plenty of buyers. The book to Deuteronomy says that there will be no buyers, but there were plenty of buyers. And then the slavery wasn't 400 years. It said 400 years of slavery. You can't then start adding in, oh, Jim Crow, that's part of the slavery. And post Jim Crow, that's still part of the slavery, because it could not have ended until 400 years would have been 2019. And I was alive in 2019, and I sure as hell wasn't a slave to anything or anybody. So what people do is create whole doctrines out of things like that, and people follow it if they can catch you in the right situation. If you feel like you've been oppressed and the world has been against you, and so on and so forth, that shit sounds good, because it says that at the end of the 400 years, you about to reign over these people, and you about to get your get back. So it sounds good. And that's exactly what, when you read the Bible, that's what Daniel is about, Ezekiel is about, Isaiah is about. Hey, we under all these captivities of Assyrians and Babylonians, but God is going to bash their babies' heads against the stones, and God gonna burn them down, and then we're gonna be, good with God. God gonna raise us up as long as we keep the faith. And that's the whole concept of those three books, because the people were being oppressed at that time frame.
This is why I'm saying either the Bible is the Bible. I'm certainly not all the Bible is true. I already know it's been infiltrated and re-scripted and everything else. I know that already. Mm-hmm. But I'm particularly focused on Deuteronomy and about what's happening to us. And it seems to be matching our tale. It's matching our lives.
But it doesn't. When were there when were there no buyers of slaves in America? During the slave trade, when we got caught on the boats, were there buyers in America?
There were buyers.
So then that would make then Deuteronomy 28 does not fit. Were we enslaved for 400 years?
We were enslaved for 400 years.
So that makes Deuteronomy 28 has nothing to do with us. Did we get sold in slavery in Egypt? Because it has the definite article for Mizraim.
Well, actually, we weren't enslaved for 400 years. I'll correct myself.
Oh, I thought you said we weren't. So yeah, so that makes it a lie because we weren't enslaved for 400 years. Were we enslaved in Egypt?
We were enslaved. There were slaves in Egypt. Yeah.
No, were we? Was my ancestors who've been in America since the late 1700s? Were they in Egypt or were they in America?
Well, this is Egypt, so I don't know.
This ain't Egypt.
Where is it? Where's Egypt?
It's the same place Egypt has always been.
Where's that?
In Egypt, in North Africa.
I believe. Okay, North Africa.
Mm-hmm. Been to it. Seen it. It's Egypt. Got the history. The history is all there of their existence. And when you read Deuteronomy 28 in the Hebrew, it uses the definite article for Mizraim.
I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I got to make a quick run.
Okay.
I'll get back to you when I get back.
All right. Appreciate you.
I'll sign myself out.
All right. Thanks, man.
Check me out there. Thank you.
All right. Good conversation. I appreciate it. Wasn't frantic. How you doing, Miss Majesty? Is that the name?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Pleased to meet you too.
Are you over 21?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a believer?
I just had a few questions I just wanted to ask.
Are you a believer?
In Christ? Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know which guy. I mean, I get people who are of different religions, so that's why I was asking. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And what was your question?
I want to know, in your studies, what group are you with, and what is the objective for your group?
What group? I'm not with a group. To my, what do you mean by group?
You say you've learned these things. Who did you learn this from, and with what backgrounds do they have? Okay,
I think I know what you mean. So I initially grew up in a Baptist church in Georgia, in Baptist churches in Georgia. But I've also, as I grew into an adult, I've been in the Methodist church, the evangelical church for a short period of time.
So you just come to certain conclusions,
but
on your own, and these are just terms that you are just saying? No,
so even when I was within the congregants of those churches, or as deacons in those churches, or leaders of in those churches, I have always studied beyond the church. I've always went to the libraries. I've always went to the college libraries, go to their seminary studies. I've always, well, they're biblical studies, not seminary studies. And I've traveled to Egypt and Israel, and Turkey, and went into the libraries in Rome to see documentations. So I have studied well beyond and made acquaintances with people who were archaeologists and historians and so on and so forth.
And so it's just you by yourself coming to these conclusions, and you're discussing them on the internet, right?
That's a way of phrasing it. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So now I just want to know a few more things, if you don't mind.
Sure.
When it comes to the scriptures, you're not a minister, right?
No. I've been, people have wanted me to become a minister and pastor a church, but no.
Have you, with the scripture that you were saying, transatlantic slave trade reference, are you sure that's what it was referencing, or just in general, all slave trades?
No, so I don't know if the gentleman who was on there beforehand, if he's a Hebrew Israelite, but the Hebrew Israelite doctrine utilizes Deuteronomy 28 to say that the transatlantic slave trade was prophesied in the Bible. So I was showing him how the transatlantic slave trade was not biblical prophecy.
Do you have that scripture so that I can look that up?
Yeah, well, let's see. I know it's Deuteronomy 28. It might, but I don't think it's around 68, I think. But understand, that's not I don't think that, I've never thought that Deuteronomy, even when I was Christian, I did not think that Deuteronomy 28 was talking about the transatlantic slave trade. Because it doesn't match. When you look it up and when you look at the Hebrew wording of it, it is definitely talking about the land of Egypt, but they try to take the Mesopotamian to mean allegorical Egypt, which then they just say it means bondage, but that's not what it means at all. I mean, Egypt can mean bondage, but when you have the definite article before it, it means the actual land of Egypt. So yes, Deuteronomy 28:68 is the verse that they hinged the overwhelming majority of the Hebrew Israelite message on, which says that, and the Lord will bring you back in ships to Egypt, a journey.
Did they tell you that?
Excuse me? I didn't hear you.
Did they tell you that?
Who is they?
You said Israelites, right?
So do you know who the Hebrew Israelites are?
Yes, I'm just asking you, did they tell you that's the main verse that they hinged everything on?
Well, that's the main verse that they hinged the prophecy of the transatlantic slave trade on. Not everything within their doctrine, but the transatlantic slave trade part, that's what they hinged with. And this is one, over the years, I've had many debates with them. And this is the one that they bring out all the time when they're talking about the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, I turn to it and it says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Mm-hmm. What does the word buy you mean to you?
They're going to purchase you.
From a spiritual standpoint, wouldn't that be redeem me? You know, get me out of jail, get me pay my way.
The word can also mean to be redeemed as well, which is also a way of purchase. So, and when you look at the context words around it,
Like bonding someone out?
Well, when you look at the word context words around it, it's telling you that they are going to sell them. When you sell something and then somebody buys it or redeems it, that means they made the financial purchase. It's a financial transaction. It doesn't refer to a spiritual redemption.
Why would a bondman, a man who was being bound, want someone to purchase him? Rather, he would want someone to free him, right?
Not necessarily. At their time frame, if a person was if they were destitute, then they would sell themselves as slaves.
No, I'm talking of after the fact. After you've been enslaved, when you want someone to buy you out of this condition?
Sure, but this is not what that is talking about at all.
That would be redeeming.
This is that.
Right?
That's not what they're talking about in that aspect right there. This is when they are offering.
Okay, so that's your opinion, right?
No, that's what it says.
No, that's your opinion because it says buy, and buy can mean more than one thing.
So you're reading the King James Version, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So King James Version although it's one of the worst translations.
Do you have any maps to substantiate some of the things that you've said? To show us. You said Tennessee.
When I shot my video about when I was in Tennessee, I was literally standing in Tennessee.
Your video, I didn't see the video. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was literally standing in Tennessee at the monument right over the river. So I'm gonna go to the King James Version, even though I don't like the King James Version because it's a poor translation.
But I want to see those maps that you were talking about. Or videos that you were talking about. I want to see what you're talking about.
Okay. You have to go to my YouTube channel and at Coach Renz 33 and search.
Okay, let me get.
But so even with the verbiage that's used in King James, it is saying that you shall see it no more, and there you shall be sold into your enemies for bondmen, which it means sold as slaves, bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you, right?
Meaning change from being sold.
It actually doesn't mean that. What it's saying.
Yes, if you're already sold, you would have to. Why would it says no man will buy you, but the buy you is after they've already been sold, because it says they were sold or would be sold.
So once again, the King James Version is incredibly poor translation, right?
Huh?
The King James Version is an incredibly poor translation. The King James Version of the Bible.
That's an opinion, right?
No, actually, it's a historical fact. It's a scholastic fact. Let me put it
an opinion, sir.
It's a scholastic fact because you can find where the King James Version of the Bible has mistranslations in it. That it has parts in it that are not found in the Greek at all, but it's in that one. Yesterday we went over this where I demonstrated how the Joannan comma is in the King James, but the Joannan comma was just a simple scribal writing in the margin of the Codex Sinaiticus, and it was what the scribe thought is a thought of how it should be translated or thought of, but the King James Version automatically put it in there. And then we also show how so I said that wrong. The Joannan comma, that's a different thing, sorry. The Joannan comma is where Erasmus was forced by the church to create that statement because it wasn't found in any of the older Greek translations. And so the church forced him to put it in his Receptacus, the third volume, and the King James is translated from the third volume of the Receptacus, which is why it has 1 John 5:7 saying there are three that are witness in heaven. They are the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. But no Greek version before that has that in there. No Hebrew version before the Aramaic version has that in there, which is why Erasmus didn't want it in there. So it's proven that King James version is not accurate. And then the other part that I was talking about actually was the contest of the Omicron and the Theta controversy, which you find, I think it's in 1 Timothy. Let me make sure, because I usually have notes for certain things. Yeah, so in 1 Timothy, when it is the King James substitute where it says he and places the word God in there, but it is talking about, and that creates a different mindset of what 1 Timothy 3:16 is saying when it says God manifested in the flesh, but it's supposed to say he manifested in the flesh, which would be a reference to Jesus manifesting in the flesh, not God manifesting in the flesh. So it creates a difference. So that's why I say the King James is very flawed. Even in this one, Deuteronomy 28:68, your version reads differently because it says the Lord God will bring you back in ships to Egypt by a route that I promised you would never see again. And there you shall sell yourself for a sale to your enemy.
Now, what edition is that? I mean, what version?
The most accurate version is the New Revised Standard Updated Edition.
What you just read.
The new
version?
The new Revised Standard Updated Edition.
Of what? King James?
No, of the Bible itself, because what the New Revised Standard does or did was scholars went back and they took the oldest translations, the oldest writings that they have, and they wrote and they translated those older renditions. So they didn't use the Receptacus of third volume Receptacus of Erasmus because of the mistakes that are in that one, right? They saw where in 1 Timothy the Omicron was scratched out and remade. I mean, the Theta was scratched out and remade to look like Omicron, so that it was so that it would look like it's saying God instead of saying he. So they corrected all the mistakes that other Bibles had based on faulty translations from different scribes and putting scribal errors in, or accepting ink that has been bled through to the other pages. And they looked at how if you can tell when somebody made a change because the age of the ink and the original ink was different, and utilizing comparative writing to see if somebody else added something into it. So that's why the New Revised Standard Updated Edition is the most accurate to what was had in the 5th, 6th century CE.
I agree that there were others who tried to, cipher it to the point where they believed it was more accurate. But I'm not going to validate it as such, because it's still just human beings doing the best that they understood.
Okay, but have you ever studied the discrepancies of King James? Have you ever researched it?
I'm sure that there's more than just discrepancies in all of them.
Okay,
certain,
but this is
certain groups had alternative motives, and they really wanted to. Because they even went to the point of creating what they call a slave Bible. Have you heard that?
Yeah, the slave Bible.
Oh, so yeah, there's been manipulations.
Okay, so
but does not preclude the fact that they had original scripts or stole them and used them as the way they wanted to, and publicized them the way they wanted to.
But now, why do you trust the King James?
I trust the King James because a lot of what they didn't want to be revealed is subtly being revealed.
Okay.
And I trust that, those threads of the truth.
Okay.
And I know that our people are being blessed by that.
Well, if you were to,
they're being.
I'm.
At this moment,
that's excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt you, but we don't proselytize on here, because.
What do you mean proselytize?
Trying to, going into these spiritual things of people are being blessed and it's doing this now, because that's you cannot.
If you don't like that term, if you don't like that term, let's just say that
you can't.
People are feeling that they're
that's the thing.
They have a reason for living just based on the fact.
Miss Majesty. That's what I'm talking about. Miss Majesty, you're not going to over talk me. Okay?
What do you mean over talk you?
Because I'm telling you that I don't do those sorts, I don't have those types of conversations on here because they're just about feelings. And I don't care about feelings. I don't care about personal experiences, those types of things, because you can find those feelings and those personal experiences from every religion, every group of people. So it's pointless to even argue or talk about those. And so I don't.
I don't know. I don't know where I got lost. I don't know what you're talking about.
Talking about people, this book has blessed me and it's blessed my family, it's blessed the people. I can get that from any book. I can get that from any group. And that's just how a person feels based on their subjective perspective. And that means nothing because none of those things there's no proof behind that. It's just how you feel and how you think.
And that's what I'm saying to you.
That has no factual basis, but a factual.
That's what I'm saying to you until you can prove to me. And that's why I asked you to put the maps up, sir, so I can see what areas you're talking about and try to understand from an intellectual standpoint what it was you're trying to relate to me.
You're asking me to put, so the moccasin bin thing wasn't part of this conversation. That was part of the flood story conversation. I did a video about that.
Okay, but you said something about YouTube and where to find you.
Yeah.
And I was asking you what the name on your YouTube video was.
Well, I did that 2 years ago. I can't tell you what the name of it. If you go to my YouTube at Coach Renz 33, and if you were to CoAchrenz.
Repeat.
CoAchrenz and the number 33. Probably the best thing to do is to type in something about the flood. And I've done quite a few videos about floods. And there should be one that is dated around May of 2024. It'll be May of 2024. I know it's May 2024 because I remember what we was doing at the time frame. And you will find that video, and I am standing there at Moccasin Bin. I show the information at the site of what's at Moccasin Bin. And see, I can't do that on TikTok. If I went off here, I would have to have those things prepared to bring up on TikTok because this is on my phone.
Well, it would behoove you to do that if you want people to adopt what it is you're saying, because it just seems like a bunch of opinions.
Ma'am, I had no idea I was going to bring up Moccasin Bin today. I would have to know that's what the conversation today. My conversations are free flowing, But you can easily just look up Moccasin Bend and the Indian culture that was there. You can easily go Google that, or you can use Google Scholar and look up pre-flood and flood, post-flood civilizations and Moccasin Bend, Tennessee. You don't even have to go look at my video. You can easily Google search that. And the archaeological information is going to come up about Moccasin Bend and the pre-flood, flood, and post-flood civilizations that were living in that area.
Let me ask you something. What is the name of that? It's an old story about the earth being in one piece before the flood.
Are you talking about Pangea?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Do you believe in that?
Yeah. But what do you mean by believing that? Because,
believe in it.
Okay, so there are different aspects of it. So some people, so Pangea was a real thing. The earth, all the continents were together at one point, and then even though a lot of scientists went against it at first, continental drift is a real thing. We have evidence of continental drift. The only thing about it, and this is, I say, what aspect of it, because there are people who think that that humans were walking around during Pangea. Pangea was like 3 billion years ago. We have no evidence of any human or being on the planet 3 billion years ago. At least not what we call humans. Some other type of hominid, possibly. But this right here, type of human, Homo sapien, was not around 3 billion years ago. So Pangea is real. Homo sapiens being on Pangea and then being separated because of continental drift is not a real thing.
And that's based on what?
Scientific evidence.
What information?
Ma'am, if all you have to do is Google continental drift or tectonic plate movements, and you will see that each plate moves, I think it's at about 3 centimeters a year or something like that. Now, if you're asking me to point you to one specific research paper or something, I don't maintain a memory like that of the over 30, 40 years of studying stuff. I'm not if I specialized in one thing, I probably would be able to tell you that, but I don't specialize in the tectonic plates. I know that the Himalayas mountains were created because Indians have slowly moved into Asia, and that's how the Himalaya mountains were created. The beauty of today's world is that we can easily find out information, and we don't have to retain specifics.
Well, I want to know a lot of things.
I understand, but
as far as I'm just trying to get what information I can from you, that seems to be valid, and work from there.
So
now, when it comes to,
I don't think you honestly do on that one, because
I'm trying to ask you something. You said that those the scriptures can't be correct because what did you call it?
Oh, the people at Moccasin Bend.
The story of Noah. You said the story of Noah was not true.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to say is it possible that there were pockets of areas that did not receive the flood while the rest of the earth did?
Okay, so one, that would invalidate the Noah story.
I'm just simply asking you that, because if you only saw you could only report what you saw and knew about. You may say outlandish words like there was no one left.
All right, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Because you can only vouch for what you could see and what you had evidence of.
No, okay, I understand what you're saying.
So then maybe the story itself could be have some validation, but told in such a way that excluded certain possibilities.
Okay, so a worldwide flood cannot leave pockets because there's never been a worldwide flood that would be high enough to cover mountains. Now, there have been many localized floods, and it's possible the story could have come from a localized flood and then exaggerated beyond that. But as far as flooding even a region, the region of Israel and Turkey, that those area has never been fully submerged so that the mountains are covered. So this is supposed to have happened in Mount Ararat, in the mountains of Ararat. The mountains of Ararat would, if to cover those mountains, you would cover.
Wait, I want to say something, because recently I was talking to someone and they're saying that Mount Ararat is not the same as what Mount Ararat is in Africa. And, you know, it's like the names and the terms are all switched around.
Well, they were named.
So Mount Ararat is here in the U.S. areas, and as opposed to in Africa or, you know, wherever. So I'm trying to, you know, like find the truth.
Okay, so the mountains of Ararat are in Turkey, right? If they are, and if any, and what I was showing the other gentleman just with the gopher wood, the gopher trees in Florida and South Georgia, those were renamed by Christian colonists into those mountains. Just like many places in Africa were renamed by Christians, many places in the America were renamed by Christians. Like, I grew up in Atlanta, but it wasn't always called Atlanta. It was called Maryville for a while. And before Maryville, the native people had a whole nother name for it, which I don't know what that name is, but it's not always been called that. So the idea.
You see what I'm saying about over the years, the names and the terms of things can be changed, and they can say that this is not where that actual mountain is. It's over there. It's not over here. And
okay,
you know, it's all kinds of things that people are saying. So what you're saying is just another saying to me. So I'm trying to get to the root of all this.
I don't think that you're legitimately trying to get to the root of it. I think you're trying to discredit what I'm saying.
Trust that. Just trust that. Because I don't have any reason to lie about it.
And I think that you already have a programmed mindset that you want to facilitate, because
well, we all have something we call ourselves standing on until such thing as proof comes in.
But I see the difference.
I don't want to change what I believe until I find the truth.
I don't think you're willing.
So now,
ma'am,
that's just bottom line. That's true for anyone.
Ma'am, I have presented to you opportunities where you can go and research truth, but you don't want to. If you were,
I was just asking you where your your YouTube page was, and getting information about your sources. But you're trying to tell me that I should just been gone, right? That's what you're saying?
No, I have plenty of people who research stuff while we're having a conversation, and people either come to one conclusion or another. As soon as I start talking about the fact that there's not enough water to cover, that water has never covered the mountains of Turkey, you immediately jump to, oh, they changed the name and all this, which is a defense, mechanism.
You're saying something that's completely different from the Bible. So I can't stand on anything less than what so far I believe in.
There's never been a flood that's covered all the mountains in Africa or all the mountains in America. No flood has ever covered the mountains in any place. So even if you moved it to Africa or moved it to America, the statement still remains that none of those places have been flooded to the point where the mountains was covered. So without the mountains being covered,
what you have so far, okay? I understand you're trying to tell me that's the latest development in your understanding. I appreciate you telling me.
All right. So
thank you.
So if none of the mountains have ever been covered, then the flood story is false, even if it was a localized flood.
No, I'm not going with your conclusion of it. I just wanted to get why you think that.
Okay, so if the information demonstrates that the mountains have never been covered, then with that, make the story false.
Not necessarily. It may be more to the story.
But
you have to find more information.
Does the story claim that it covered the mountains by 18 feet?
I'm not gonna go against what God's word say. You're not gonna get that one. But I will
so you're not open. So right there.
I'm just saying as we know it today.
Right there, you just admitted.
Tampered with it.
It
may be an untruth, but I need to know more in order to accept that. That's all I'm saying.
Right there, you just admitted that it doesn't matter. Ma'am, can you stop? You interrupt me over and over again. All right. If you're truly trying to have a conversation, then stop interrupting me, please.
You're saying I'm interrupting you, but I was talking and you interrupted me. Okay. All right.
You just said that you're not going to go against God's word, and you have defined for you what God's word is. So therefore, how can any new information that is demonstrated to you change anything that you think? So you're not truly open to new information. You just want more information to confirm what it is you already believe. Is that true?
That's your opinion. I mean, I told you I'm every day seeking the truth.
It's not my opinion, ma'am. This is what I just evaluated based on what you said. You said you're open to truth, but then you said that you're not going to go against God's word. That's not my opinion. That's telling you what your statements were.
I'm saying I'm standing on that until such proof comes to prove me different.
So
that's just the bottom line for me.
So if I show you, if you see that the Bible makes the statement, and you believe the Bible is God's word, and the Bible makes the statement that it covered every mountain for 18 feet, but yet there is no mountain in Ararat that has been covered for 18 feet. Is that so? What does that make? Both of those can't be true at the same time.
Well, the scripture that you're saying, can you read that to me to make sure I understand what it is you're saying?
Hold on for a second. Okay. It's going to be in Genesis should be around 7 or 8. Oh, okay. The watch. The watch. All right. So it's Genesis 7, starting around 17. The flood continued 40 days on the earth. The waters increased and bore up the ark, and it rose high above the earth. The waters swelled and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the face of the waters. The waters swelled so mightily on the earth that all the high mountains under the whole heaven was covered. The waters swelled above the mountains, covering them 15 cubits deep. And 15 cubits, oh shit, actually 15 cubits is more than 18 feet. and all the flesh died that moved on the earth. So it says that it covered all the mountains and covered them 15 cubits deep.
Read it again, because I didn't hear it. It went over all the mountains. Let me try it and hear it again.
The waters swelled and increased greatly on the earth. The ark floated on the face of the waters. The waters swelled so mightily on the earth that all the high mountains under the whole heaven were covered. The waters swelled above the mountains, covering them 15 cubits deep. So you got it?
Mm-hmm.
So according to the Bible, all the mountains were covered. All the mountains have never been covered with water. Matter of fact, there's not enough water on the planet to cover all the mountains on the whole planet. And you can't, your pocket theory.
Wait. I want to say something. If I'm in a boat and I'm looking all around from my boat where I am, and I'm gonna say all the mountains that I can see, that I know of. I can't speak for the part of the earth that I don't know nothing about. I never saw.
Have you ever
I'm
been
talking about all. When you say all, it could mean more than one thing. That's all I'm saying.
Ma'am, what you're doing is you're going to find a rationale for it because you don't want to accept the information. I just read you your Bible.
No, I'm just simply saying, if you're sitting on a boat and you never saw any mountains but the ones you know, then you say all the mountains.
Okay, but even your mountains are not covered. This is why I said the mountains of Ararat have never been fully covered. The mountains in Israel has never been fully covered with water. So the mountains that they would know has never been fully covered with water. But your book said all the mountains were covered. So which one is wrong and which one is right?
I'm not going to get into that now. I told you what I think it could possibly be. It could be that they wrote about all that they saw and knew, and but not necessarily all.
You're missing the point, ma'am. They could not have seen their mountains being covered because their mountains have never been covered by water.
I hear you, but I don't know if you got proof of that because you didn't prove it to me.
The mountain.
You just said it to me. You just said it to me. You didn't show me any proof of that.
Let's see. So if you just did a simple Google search and asked the question, has the mountains of Ararat ever been covered by water? The first answer that you're going to get is says no. Geological evidence indicate that the volcanic rock formed in Mount Ararat were covered by lava flows and formed above water, not underwater, suggesting they did not exist during the biblical flood and were not covered by it.
Okay, now my first question wouldn't have been that.
What would your question have been?
My first question would have probably been more like, what are the names of the mountains in certain years? I would ask, like in certain centuries, what was the name? Which mountain was named Ararat during How do you say that word? Ararat? How you say it?
It's
Name of the mountain?
It's Ararat, and it's not a mountain.
Ararat.
It's not a mountain.
Yeah.
It's not a mountain. It's a mountain range.
Okay. So now Ararat, however you say it. Yeah, I would ask the computer to tell me if any other mountains have ever had or been referred to as Ararat mountains or mountain.
Well, of course, different cultures are going to have different names for the same mountain range.
Right, and so then maybe he was talking about a different area. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, you know what?
I'm just trying to tell you where my mind goes. Now I can't tell you about somebody else's mind.
All you can tell me is that no matter what information, you're going to suggest something that could be different. No,
because I'm getting information that people are saying that Israel and Egypt started here in the Americas.
Okay, so the thing about it is that the Bible, forget the name Mount Ararat. It says that all the mountains. Well, you've already said that you're presupposing now a flood that is based on what those people could see. And so this is not God's word. This is what those people saw, right? Because if you actually believe this was God's word, it is saying that all the mountains on the planet, all the mountains on earth were covered. Whether it's Ararat, whether it's Everest, or whatever name it was, all of them were covered.
That's the conclusion you came to, okay?
What do you mean? That's what the Bible says, ma'am.
Okay.
The Bible says that. No, because you want to switch and you keep switching to make it
I'm
fit.
just leaving it open. All trying to shut the door on this one, and this one say I got the truth. The other one say I got the truth. And I'm trying to leave things open where I can find that truth.
I don't think so. I think you just wanted to fit whatever you already think.
See, that's why I said you're making assumptions about
because, ma'am, the door is closed on the fact that the Bible says that all the mountains were covered. There's
that they can see, they was just.
It doesn't say what all the mountains that Noah could see. It says all the mountains.
Okay, it didn't say that. No, but it did say what it said, and I'm to conclude what I think it may mean.
So now it's your opinion.
Ask God for. That's what I'm doing every day. Lord, let me find the truth on everything regarding this matter.
So if it says that all the mountains of the earth were covered, you're going to say, no, that ain't what God meant.
No, I ain't gonna say no, because I'm leaving the door open.
Open for what?
To find out the truth.
God said that it covered the whole planet.
Oh, it didn't say whole planet.
Yes, it does, ma'am.
It doesn't say the whole planet.
It says, it doesn't say that. It says, it doesn't use the word planet. No. It says.
Okay, then. That's all I'm saying.
No, it says.
It didn't say planet.
So what mountains under the whole heaven were covered? The whole of heaven was covered.
Yeah, well, the heavens where he was, okay?
Where's the heavens?
The clouds.
Is the earth under the heavens?
Under the clouds, yes.
The land is under the heavens, so that's the whole planet.
Not necessarily, because it can rain in one place and not rain in the other. Did you know that?
Ma'am, that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. This book says.
Yes, it does. It has a lot to do with
the book says that the waters covered all the mountains under the whole of heaven. You just said the whole of heaven is the entire earth. And now you want to say it could rain in one place and not another. You're being dishonest. You honestly just want your narrative, and that's it.
I don't know that what I said, what you said just now.
That it rains in other places and not other places?
What circumstance did you ask me that? Because you're saying I said something I don't recognize. Okay, but go ahead.
Does your Bible say that it rains, it covered all the mountains under heaven? The Bible says that, right? We just read that.
Mm-hmm.
So all the mountains under heaven are in that's all the mountains on the planet, right?
That's you saying that. I keep telling you, leave the door open.
Ma'am, I appreciate you being on here. That I can't. You have cognitive dissonance. And it's as simple as that. And you have confirmation bias. You can claim that you're open, but you're not. You are stuck in your way. You are stuck in your way, and it doesn't matter if anything doesn't sound like
that your people are saying,
ma'am, that is not my people.
This earth was not the way it was said.
No, that's I'm just back. This is why I got to start cutting people's time. I got to cut people's time because I got 4 other people who've been patiently waiting. And that was the most insane circle debate. That was worse than yesterday's circle debate. City.
What's up, Chief?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Yourself?
I'm doing fantastic.
That's good, man. That's good.
I need a sip of coffee.
I heard the conversation. Mm-hmm. Should I just delve in, or you want to just kind of lead?
What do you mean?
Should I just continue with what you guys were talking about, or you want to just start, from somewhere else?
I mean, we're talking about the flood.
Okay, so basically, based off of what I was hearing, is, and this is my whole thing. And here, the Bible, as pertains to the flood, as it pertains to any aspect of the Bible from Genesis to Revelations,
mm-hmm.
all of it is subjective. All of it is individual experiences. And I heard you say emphatically that, listen, I don't care nothing about individual experiences. Mm-hmm. Everybody got individual experiences from their so-called gods. I get that and I respect that. And that is so true. Now, but here's the thing where I think you get dishonest about, right? Is that like I'm honest enough to let you know that listen, I'm not coming to try to prove no God to you. I can only share with you my experience based off of my belief. Mm-hmm. Now, here's the thing with you. But you don't want to admit the fact that if you were not at that flood yourself, this is what you don't want to admit. That if you were not at that flood yourself, got in an airplane, flew all around the whole earth, and saw where all the mountains were not covered, then it's only information that you're getting by faith. That's what you don't want to admit. Because I'm going to lay it right here. Brother, if you were not there, period, people lie. People change stories. Even if that story is true, let's just say it's true that the mountains never covered. If you were not there, sir, the information that you're gathering, it is still by faith because you were not there. Period.
Okay. So you believe in the Bible?
Oh, absolutely.
What, you weren't there?
That's why I believe by faith. Right.
Right. So you believe by faith.
Right.
Now, I don't believe. Hold on. I'll let you talk now.
I'm sorry.
I don't.
I'm sorry.
So you're trying to say that if a person wasn't there, then whatever they accept as information is faith, even when it's scientific information that is factual and not faith. That means everything is faith. That's your stance.
So what I'm saying is this. The scientists
mm-hmm.
can lie. Can a scientist lie?
A scientist can lie, but a scientist cannot perpetuate a lie because of peer review. You would have to get all the other scientists in that field to also lie.
Okay, so now, great point. So here's the thing. Do you not realize how many theologians or how many people who say that they're in a relationship with God that comes together and bring about these new versions to make sure that this person doesn't come in with a lie? They test one another's perspective on certain chapters. It's the same exact principle, sir. It's all, so what the facts that your scientists are saying that they're gathering.
Hold on. Let me stop you for just a second.
Go ahead.
It is not the same. It may have some similarities, but it is not the same, because the difference is scientific peer review is based on observation and testing, and it's observation through device. Let me just use devices as the word, but it's through being able to repeat the experiment in order to validate it. What theologians come together and do is that they are testing based on belief. You cannot validate that this Bible is the exact same thing from first century that was being spoken of word of mouth to what you have in the 5th century or 5th or 6th century. So it's not scientific in the same way. It has some aspects, but it's not.
That's not. So let me ask you this. Prove to me right now that the mountains during the flood, prove to me, don't give me scientific, don't give me information, don't tell me to research, prove to me, because again, that information is subjective. That's what they say. Just like Paul said what he said in the Bible, just like Mark said what he said in the Bible. You prove to me that the mountains were never ever covered by water. You do it. You can't. And that's
now, hold on. How you gonna ask me a question, then you're gonna answer the question, and then keep on talking?
I apologize. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead. Prove it.
Okay. So, what the argument that you're making is an invalid argument from Gideon. No, it's invalid from the Gideon, because what you are expecting is for anyone who makes a claim to have to be a scientific claim, have to be that scientist themselves, right?
But that's what you're telling us.
That's not how the world works. No, and here's the thing about it. This is what makes your argument disingenuous, is that you are claiming faith in a book that you haven't went and researched and read yourself. Because have you went and read the Codex Sinaiticus in Greek? Have you read the Septuagint in Greek? Have you read the Isaiah scroll in Hebrew? Have you?
Don't need to.
Hold on, partner. If you're gonna claim it, and you're gonna prove it to me, then the same way you saying that I need to take you to Lesotho and take you on a geological and do geological experiments in Lesotho to show that Lesotho has never been flooded. It's the same as I'm saying, if you are claiming this book, you need to be able to read the oldest manuscripts. You need to go grab P952, and you need to be able to translate P52.
Okay, can I show you where you're wrong at? Because
Sure.
out the gate, I told you that I don't come to prove. So I'm not the one here that's trying to prove it to you. That's number one.
Come on, man.
I told you that at the gate.
Come on, bro.
And number two, you said to me, there's a necessity for me to go and read all of these different writings. No, here's the reason why there's no necessity. And I shared this with you one time before. Because my name is Lorenzo as well. If I know Lorenzo and I spend time with Lorenzo, if I meet Lorenzo at age 53, I think that's what your age is.
Yep.
I don't have to go back and try to figure out, what did Lorenzo do when he was 8 years old? Did he play in Georgia or did he play I don't care. I know him now by faith. Again, that's why I told you. It's all by faith, brother.
City, that's your perspective, and I can respect your perspective. But
that's facts. If you're not there, you can't prove it.
No. The fact that if you think that all scientific things is by faith, unless you can go prove it yourself, that is ridiculous. Because that means that everybody is walking around with the faith of a blood transfusion, the faith of a heart transplant, the faith that their car is going to that the car works the way a car is supposed to work. You know, the faith that the airplane is going to fly. We can study aerodynamics. You know, we can study aerodynamics. We know how we develop the aspect of the wing by watching birds' wing and seeing how air flows faster underneath and flows slower above, which creates lift. We can.
So here's it.
I ain't never built. Hold on. I ain't done. I ain't never built an airplane before in my life, but I used to study airplanes when I was in high school. So I understood how it works and how, you know, pretty much every aspect of an airplane works. I ain't never built one.
Some of them crash. If that thing is supposed to work by knowledge, if you do A, B, C, why do some of them crash?
Because because mechanical issues do happen. That's a fact.
No.
So you're asking. See, now you're asking for. Oh, it must be. It's still by faith because now you want perfection. I also know as a fact that there's human error. I know there's a fact that there's mechanical.
Exactly.
That there's mechanical error. But I also know for a fact that it's safer for me to fly than it is for me to drive because of the probabilities of a plane crashing compared to a car crash happening. So it is not by faith that I get on a plane. It is by the accumulation of the knowledge that we have that is still the safest mode of transportation that we have.
I can agree with that, but at the same time, are you genuine enough to say that, like you said earlier, that there's possibility for human error? So as a result of that, scientists can provide information that is not accurate, brother.
Okay, but
just admit that.
I had already said that scientists can provide information that's not accurate, but because scientific, when people make scientific statements, it goes through peer review. Peer review has demonstrates that other people are validating or invalidating whether or not that person's information is correct. We know for a fact that the country of Lesotho has never flooded. Those mountains have never been covered.
No, you cannot prove that. I'm not buying that one
second. Okay,
you cannot prove it, brother. You talking? You know how many years ago you talking? Brother. That's where you disingenuous. That's where you.
No, I am. You are very disingenuous in the fact that you want everything. You want people to admit that unless they themselves have done something, then they cannot know it. So therefore, they have to be on faith because everybody in the world can lie, except for your Bible, not your Bible.
No, I didn't say
even though you take that on faith, you take it on faith that is true, is what I'm saying.
I won't say that. Listen to what I'm saying.
Is the Bible full of lies?
The Bible can be lies. The Bible can be false. I'm not arguing that. I say I'm not afraid to be honest about it. It's a strong possibility that the Bible could be false. I'm in agreement with that.
Okay.
And that's why you select it by faith. Do you believe it? Yes. Do you believe it? No. Okay, fine. God bless you. The scripture clearly says that. Some will believe, some won't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have what you think. I disagree. We just in disagreement.
Amen. We disagree. Love you, big brother.
Love you too, man.
God. All right, bro.
Right. I'm gonna kill him one day. One day, I think you're in Tampa somewhere. I'm gonna kill him. Let's see who's next. I don't know how what order these come in on. I'm gonna kill him. One day I'm gonna find city. Guru. Hello. You just muted yourself. Probably. Are you in the midst of doing something?
Yo, my bad, brother. I requested up earlier when that young lady was up about, the whole, well, I guess what's about the topic. My whole thing was this, and again, I could be thinking too much into it, but if it rained, however long it said it rained, and then it covered the highest mountain, we would have to assume with proper logic that the boat is sitting on the surface of the water. Well, if the boat is sitting on the surface of the water, and we know that people that climb mountains, when they get to the top, it's cold as hell. So I'm just, so I'm wondering, like, if they freezing, we got two of every kind of animal allegedly. I assume the aquatic animals are just fine, and the animals who live in those colder regions is just okay. Polar bears and shit like that. But what about the tropical animals, man? This just don't make sense.
Look, none of the animals would have been able to survive. Have you ever researched Mount Everest? All right. Well, let me rephrase that. If you ever research Mount Everest, you will see that there is a certain, once you reach a certain level, it's called a dead zone or something kind of zone. You got to have oxygen tanks. Your probability of life shortens to like 20 minutes or some shit like that. And when the bodies die up there, they just leave them up there. Polar bears couldn't survive up there. No Arctic creature could survive. There's no life that exists at that level. And this is supposed to be 15 cubics, which somebody told me was 22 feet above Everest.
Right.
Yeah. Right. And there's not enough oxygen for anything to live up there. Oh, thank you for, I don't know, you gave me something, Josie, but thank you for that. Oh, go. But thank you. It's like, oh, he sent that to you. Sorry, Guru. Josie sent you something.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. Okay, like nothing will live at that level of elevation. You can't. There's not enough oxygen to even build a fire at that elevation. So you are absolutely correct. Everything would have died up there.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Josie, for the goat. You didn't have to give me goats because you gave him goats, and I mistakenly made the goat thing. But I appreciate it. But yeah. So your statement is 100% correct, and this is like she was making up her excuses. That basically, I was trying to be nice to her because she seemed like she might be, a decent person, even though she was driving me crazy. But the fact is, you can't make excuses for it. She probably would say something like, oh, well, the animal, they might have had insulation or something, or had a secret furnace. I don't know.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right.
Well, no, I tell people all the time, like, if you're going to give us this book, whether it be the acronym Bible as the basic instructions before leaving Earth, or the divine inspired word of God, or the Pentateuch, of some books that was written by Moses before he was even around. You gotta, and then it's translated in English. So you gotta read it at face value. It's not like we gotta sit up here and try to interpret. I was on a live with another guy. I want to take away from what you're talking about now, just real quick. I was on a live with another guy, and he was trying to explain to me the validity of the Bible, especially in the New Testament. He was telling me he believes everything word for word. Well, then I brought up the Luke 14:26 verse that said, if you don't hate yourself and your mother and your father and things of that nature, you cannot be my disciple. And then he switched it around from saying everything was literal to saying, well, Jesus spoke in parables. So I'm like, well, anytime a parable was spoken, it was announced it was a parable, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
So with that being said, my thing is, well, I asked him, do you hate your mother and your father?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, no. And I said, well, okay, let's go to another verse. I told him about the one that it said Jesus brings division in the home, father against mother, mother against whatever, that whole thing. And I was letting him know, like, today we see a ton of that type of division. Do you think that's coming from the Bible, or do you think that's just coming haphazardly? If you believe God is the true God. He claims it was the devil, and that's my whole thing with the whole Bible situation. Everybody is attributing anything good to a God they don't know, and then they're attributing everything bad to a Satan or a devil that they don't know or see. And I'm wondering, at what point is anybody taking accountability of anything that happens within their life, from the point of time when they wake up to the time they go to bed? It's like, you on autopilot, my dude.
No,
and then you expect it.
You know what I mean? And you expect them to get to heaven, of a place of so-called bliss where there's no crying, dying, sickness, things of that nature. Well, balance in itself has to exist. If, let's say, for instance, you know, you're in heaven and you can play basketball. Well, if you lose, are we just smiling ear to ear like, oh man, I lost, but you know what? You did good, man. You beat me that time, man. It's all love. I ain't mad at you. You know, there's no disappointment. There's no. I mean, that seems kind of cheesy to me. I would be bored. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can't even fathom heaven.
No, heaven sounds boring as hell, and you're right. God is good on everything that they like. It's the devil on everything they don't like. And when it is something that they have to admit that this God did that they don't like, they have to say, well, God has the right to take life. God has the right to enslave and the right to punish because he's the creator. And we don't know God's ways or his mind. And how can your finite mind understand the infinite mind? All that bullshit. So You're absolutely correct in all of that nonsense. And as far as heaven, I would never want to go to the heaven as it's described in the Bible, because all they're doing is praising this God all the time. So you ain't playing no basketball in heaven, right?
Right.
You just. And
then another thing too is that they say the best way you'll live is depending on the things that you do on earth. Well, I mean, is there no jealousy in heaven? Because you know God is a jealous God, and if I'm made in His image and in His likeness, and I'm supposed to be, you know, walking in Christ, well, I think I would have a right to be jealous. Now, if I get up there and somebody mansion bigger than mine, again, I have to chalk that up to, I guess I just didn't do right. Maybe I don't know. I didn't.
What you even need
Hail Marys or whatever.
I don't even know what you need a mansion for, since you're gonna be just praising him all the time.
Yeah.
So what's the use of a mansion? You don't get to go in it. You ain't propping up playing Game Boy or whatever y'all play nowadays.
Right.
You ain't doing that.
Right.
You just praising this God.
The thing too is, are we in line waiting to see Jesus? Because I mean, there's a lot of people up there. We'd have to assume. I mean, I guess maybe before he came, those that died prior to, I don't know where they at.
He's supposed to be standing on. He's supposed to be sitting on the right hand side, and then there's supposed to be 12 thrones for the Israelite tribes to judge people, and then you got some cherubims flying overhead, screaming "Holy, holy, holy" the whole time. You got your little anthropomorphized, half animal, half people-looking things. You know, you got all this bullshit. And then it depends, like Show and Proof said, if you're Jehovah's Witness, only 144,000 are going to heaven. The rest of them are going to be here on a new earth in the new Jerusalem. But even if you're in that, you're still praising this God the whole time. And if I remember, and then it's like, oh, you're going to have this big family reunion. But if I can remember who I am in heaven, that means I'm going to know certain family members ain't here. And if they're not here, that means they're being tortured for all eternity. So how can I be happy in this heaven while my family's other people that I love are being tortured, or anybody's being tortured for that matter? For me, it would be anybody being tortured. How can I sit there and enjoy heaven if that's what's going on? That's sick.
But apparently we're supposed to hate our mother, father, sister, brother. So at this time, we in a hating spirit. We up there like, oh, well, you know, Jerome, my cousin Jerome, he should have been doing that shit, you know. He's been up here all good. You want some spit, Jerome? Want me to drop you down a little water? Do a little water if he's okay with it. I'm in line to see him, because, you know, it's 200 trillion of us just trying to shake his hand. But I'll get to you in a minute, Jerome. I just don't understand it, boss. To me, it's a bunch of malarkey.
It's fantasy.
And the way in which it was brought to all the indigenous populations on the planet shows that there was matriarchal systems with all indigenous people that we know for sure were of melanation. So you purposely went to tribes across the planet or wherever, however many, you know, places that, you know, all of Christendom went with their papal bulls to wreak havoc in the name of Jesus.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to know that there's some positive Christian history somewhere. I don't know, you know.
The positive certainly doesn't outweigh the bad.
Yeah. And I was recently reading, I'm not sure how true it is, but the three main religions allegedly came out of Catholicism. Well, we know Catholicism came out of Rome. We know Rome was considered quote unquote pagan, and they had to, you know, come up with these councils so that they can civilize the people under one banner or one God. Which I guess is where they claim the councils or the Council of Nicaea came from. But again, when we're dealing with terms like pagan and heathen, those are Christian terms. Those are terms created around the time of Christianity that didn't exist. These were people they just had their belief systems, their mystery systems, so-called, or whatever their culture was.
Yeah. Well,
and that's what confuses me.
But part of that statement is not right, though. So you said the three main religions. So the three main religions is going to be Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism.
Judaism.
Yes.
Judaism.
Now, Judaism is not a main religion. There's like, there are way more Hindus than there are Jews. Yeah.
Okay.
So, but the three main Abrahamic religions, so Judaism still didn't come out of the Catholic Church. It was around before the Catholic Church was around.
Okay.
Now, there is the conversation that people have to say that it was Catholic Christians who would become, it was Catholic Christians who taught the Abrahamics, taught the Arabs there, and they then developed into Islam, that taught Muhammad, and Muhammad developed that into Islam. There's no data that would suggest that or prove that. So it's more of a kind of a conspiracy theory kind of thing because there's no information to demonstrate. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Muhammad didn't learn about Christianity, learn about Judaism, and then, kind of David Koresh the whole thing. And, I had a vision and I was told that I'm the messenger, and some people started believing him.
Yeah, I can see that too. Yeah. And I guess the reason why I say religion specifically, only because like with those three that I named, with Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, they all have a deity, a alleged good deity, a nemesis. They have the same patriarch, so they got Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, I think, within those particular three. And they have an actual manual that they have to go by, and this God is going to torment you if you don't listen. That's when I think of religion, of what we see it as today. That's what I think, or that's how I think of that. So again, I'm not sure with Hinduism how that all works. I didn't know if they had like a nemesis, or I didn't have studied much on that at all. But again, like, do they have a Bible in a sense, or a manual, and is there good and bad, and heaven and hell kind of thing? In their own ways, what I was trying to figure out.
Hinduism is basically about you being a good person. I think Hinduism, don't quote me on it ever. I know that Hinduism, Brahman is the main god, and the other gods were aspects of it. Now, I know the Europeans, when they went into India, they started telling them that they were polytheistic, but prior to that, the Indus religion people didn't think they were polytheistic. They were like, no, there's just Brahma. And every other deity that we have is like a aspect of Brahma, or kind of like the angels, the B'nai Elohim, right? So they weren't, there still was Brahman, the main god, the only god, the supreme god. I can't remember if they had, I don't think there's a primary evil god. It's just that sometimes the aspect gods, they act out. Like one of my favorite Hindu gods is Kali. Right?
Yeah, me too.
So the story of Kali is that she was cool and she was doing a good thing, but then she got a little bloodlust going, a little road rage, and then she was just killing everybody because she was supposed to just kill some demons or some bad stuff. But then her husband had to come and lay down, like, look, baby, calm down, all right? Calm down, right? So, and there's a comedic story that's similar to that as well. So in back in those days, like, Hades wasn't evil. He was just the lord of the underworld.
Right.
So, they did good and bad things. But don't quote me on that about the Hindu guy, because I studied that for like that long. And as far as the Abrahamic, the Muslims, they don't go Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They go Abraham to Ishmael. The son that he had with Hagar. And then Ishmael, from Ishmael, he had like 12 kings or something like that. And then they go from that standpoint. So Abraham is really the only connection that they have with the Judaism and Christianity.
Okay.
Now, well, I ain't gonna say it's the only connection. They do look at, let me correct myself now. They do look at the line that goes from Isaac all the way up to Jesus as respectable prophets. And because Jesus is considered a prophet for them, right? One of the most respected prophets for them is Jesus. They call him Issa.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they do have some connections like that. Yeah.
Well, and one thing I also noticed too when I was doing my research, that those particular religions, the Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, they had, how do I call it, esoteric, or they had belief systems that came before that. So for instance, with Christianity, obviously you got the Gnostic texts. You even had what they call the cult of Isis around the same time that there was the alleged cult of Jesus. And they kind of compared the two stories of those two. In Islam, there was pre-Islamic period where there was a female Allat. So it wasn't Allah, it was Allat.
Yeah.
From what I was reading. And I want to say that they said it was two other women or whatever. But yeah, Allah, which again, when they say that Allah, Rahim, Al-Rahim or something like that, the womb of Allah, I don't understand how a male deity can have a womb. It seems like a lot of the time, that we have this patriarchy took over before it was a matriarchy.
Well,
so again, it proves my point too, to that matriarchal takeover to push patriarchy and male-centered gods. What do you think about that?
I think that you was at the middle ground and then you pushed overboard. So most ancient people go all the way back. They're going to go all the way back to astrotheology and animism. So if you keep tracking backwards, you eventually get to some form of, we see heavenly bodies and we give them divinity. We see animals and nature and we give that divinity. It used to be balanced. It wasn't patriarchal. It wasn't matriarchal either. It was balanced. It was, you needed both the masculine and the feminine in balance. This is why you have the Jeb and Newt, and they were in an embrace. The brother and sister was in an embrace, and then the sister Shu comes in and separates them so that heaven and earth and waters can be separated. You had Anu and Namu, the waters above and the waters below, or the fresh water and the salt water, and they separated in order to create, the earth and all that kind of stuff. So there was always a masculine and a feminine. Even if you go back to one of the oldest versions of the Egyptians, which is the Ogdode. The Ogdode is one encompassed being that is split up into fours, and then within each four there is a masculine and feminine that exists in each four to have balance. And then so it started with balance, and then over time it went masculine.
You see, that's what I thought matriarchy was. I thought matriarchy wasn't necessarily woman-centered, but it was woman-ruled, but not like patriarchy was, but they also had the balance. They didn't, it wasn't like they hated men at all.
No, not the hated men
that they worked well together. It was a cohesive unit, more so under matriarchy than it is patriarchy.
That's just how people are trying to soften it up. Matriarchy means that women rule. It's the feminine that rules, the feminine that creates it, because they go at length to say that the woman created didn't need man and all that kind of stuff. Man is a mutation and of all that bullshit. But it's balanced. It's
okay.
There shouldn't be a matriarch. It shouldn't be matriarchal or patriarchal. It's just balanced between the two.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever heard of, like, it's in some sciences, they claim that even in today, within the womb, when a woman is having a baby, that all babies are considered female before it turns male, before it before the, I don't know if I can say that word.
Yeah, that's semantical ignorance to me. Okay. Because when my son was, when the sperm met the egg that was going to become my son, that sperm had XY chromosome. So it could not have been anything other than a boy. Just because the actual gender parts don't happen until later doesn't mean that he was female. The Y chromosome was present the whole damn time. So that's stupid.
Okay.
That's just, I want to push an agenda. Is all that.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still up in the air with that. In the sense of, because they say like the Y is a broken X. Yeah. Because again, we all come from females. We all come from women. There is no human on the planet that doesn't not come from a woman. So again, what my thought process was, if there is, right, a God at all, I would more so say, you tell me how you feel about it, that it would be more feminine in a sense, quote unquote feminine, than it is masculine. Given the way they describe things, you know, everything was teamed from the waters during creation and stuff like that. Obviously, you know, we in the waters of the woman, amniotic fluid, things of that nature.
So let me ask you a question in your thought process. Yes. Can a woman create a baby by herself?
I've heard of a thing called parthenogenesis. Not saying that that's true or not.
Which cannot happen.
I mean, today I doubt it.
Which parthenogenesis cannot happen, nor has it ever happened in human beings. It only can happen in certain lizards and other cold-blooded amphibians. Parthenogenesis cannot happen in mammals at all. So again, can a woman have a baby without a man?
In today's I didn't get that.
No time.
But then again, they say the seed is not. Our sperm isn't the actual seed, but the seed is already within the woman. The sperm just activates the egg. Now, what do you think about that? Again, these are things I'm hearing, man. You know,
Ultra-feminism. Ultra-feminism tries to make everything woman, 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 instead of looking at balance. That you need men need women just as much as women need men in order to create, right?
Gotcha, yeah.
And so if there is a creation, a creator, then that creator has to have either it's androgynous. I mean, not androgynous. Not what's the word when you got both sexes? Hermaphrodite. Either it's a hermaphrodite god, or that guy got a wife.
Androgyny is like a male-female combined combination type of thing. I see what you're saying. But in the Gnostic text, it talked about how Sophia was was like a goddess or a god who wrongfully created Yaldabaoth, and she actually was a consort of a male god, and she didn't. And she didn't ask, or I don't know. She didn't.
You got that?
Have you heard that?
You got that mixed up a little bit. So the Plamora is the hermaphrodite energy source that created Sophia, which is just the feminine of wisdom. And then the Plamora and the Sophia created Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth then decided by himself, without the Sophia or the Plamora, was going to create what we call the earth in our universe. So that's the Gnostic text. But,
what do you think about Gnostic text?
Like all of them, it got some good parts, it has some good philosophies.
For sure, yeah.
And that's about it. As far as it's how the world was created, the universe was created, its deifications of things, divinity, we all trapped on here, and our souls is trying to get back to the Plamora. Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit.
How do you feel about us being soul first, having the human experience, opposed to how Christianity teaches us, in a sense, that we are human first, trying to reach soul self, or to get back to our soul self? You think we're soul first and then having a human experience?
I think
that's why we don't need Jesus, because we have everlasting life, because the soul is energy and it can be created no destroy.
So I would equate soul and consciousness together, because I don't necessarily go with the whole soul aspect of it. But if my consciousness existed prior to this right here, this being in this meat suit, then why do I not know any of it? I should know it if my soul has always been me. But the me of my consciousness is also me because of the experiences that I've had growing up with the parents that I had, the city that I lived in, the culture that I lived in, the time frame that I lived in. So even if my consciousness was something else prior, it would still be different and it wouldn't be me, because there's been some additions to that. When I leave this, when this is over, I have no idea where it's going to go. I have no idea what it's going to become. Does it stay together? Does it disperse and just become energy, and then other similar conscious energies connect with each other and then one day pull up into a body, and that's why we're all different? Could be, but we have no proof of any of that before or after. So that's why this life is so precious, for you to not be stuck in some religious belief and for you, sir,
squander it away.
and for you, sir, not a whole bunch of damn conspiracies.
Right. Again, I just
because you all over the place with every damn conspiracy.
Yeah, I actually, the reason as to why I drew the picture on my, for my profile or whatever, is because I study world religions. I don't necessarily believe in them. I don't believe in anything in a sense, but I study them to try to make sense of. I think, my personal opinion, they're all different aspects or different pieces to a puzzle of information that we're just supposed to get and understand with our time here on Earth. And some people, talk about how, we incarnate here in the meat suit, just like if you go out of space, you gotta have a space suit. If you go underwater, you gotta have an underwater suit. You gotta, fit the bill, set foot on whatever dimension you set on. I'm one that believes, like I said, that we are soul first, here after the human experience, and then whatever happens after that is what happens after that. But I just don't feel that's the end. And I think that's kind of what the New Testament, in my opinion, if we look at it in an esoteric way, on what people will call Christ consciousness. I want to say that's probably another conspiracy theorist, but the whole Christ consciousness thing is that, because I always thought, well, why in the hell would God want to come down on earth as a baby, starting fresh? We don't know what he did from the ages of 0 to 12, and we know, what he did when he was age 33, but we don't know what he did between age 12 and 32, according to what they claim. He was born at 0 BC, so he's 33 years old. So all I think is, if God is coming down to start a new life as a human, but to elevate himself or exalt himself to his highest self, wouldn't that be kind of similar to us, coming down? We're already a soul, so to speak, maybe, possibly coming down on earth to inhabit a body, to find ourselves again, or to experience ourselves in the flesh, to, better understand or reach the next level or what have you. Pre-Christian, they would talk about 7 heavens, different things, but I don't know, boss man. I just feel, I don't know. You think it's the end? I guess that's my big question. Do you personally think once you pass on, that's it for you?
That's pretty much the end of this consciousness, because if I was a consciousness beforehand and I was living in the light, some higher dimensional plane, why in the hell would I want to come down to earth and deal with all this bullshit? That would be like, I'm sitting up here. That would be like me saying, I want to leave the comforts of America and I want to go to the worst, impoverished, corrupt country in the world and go live there. The most persecuted, where I will be persecuted more so than I am here. Hell no. I'm going to leave America. When I leave America, I'm going to like Vietnam or Thailand, where, man, I just saw this house. I just saw this house in Thailand in Vietnam for $1,200 a month. I was like, shit.
Super cheap.
That's $5,000 a month here in San Antonio. So why would I go for something worse? No, my consciousness, if it did exist in a jail altogether, then I would tell my consciousness, you stupid. And what the hell you come here for if you was already in the light? So to me, that makes no sense. I hope that there is this, my consciousness stays together and I have elevated it enough, because I don't see, even though I know I have to deal with racism, I have to deal with gender bias, I have to deal with sexism and greed and all that, but I don't think in those patterns. I don't live in those patterns. So I would hope that if my consciousness can stay together, that I can elevate to an existence that I don't have to deal with all the bullshit. But as far as facts, I have no facts that any of that shit happens. So I'm going to make the best of what I got, the time I got, and just be the best person that I possibly can be. Right? Because that's all you can really do. I'm not going to sit up here and, I'm going to not enjoy myself and I'm going to try to be this person and that person for the hope of some heaven by this particular God. Because you got a whole bunch of gods and you've had thousands of gods before this God. So who knows how would you even know what God is right? That there was this God that came down in a woman and lived this life and took him 2,000 years later, and still everybody on the planet ain't heard from this God or heard of this God. And billions of people have died, never hearing of this God. That's the dumbest plan ever. So
yeah, that's how I feel about Jesus. I wonder, like, you're sitting on that throne for a long time now, my dude.
Mm-hmm.
And to assume you have not moved to do anything, I don't assume you have to go to the bathroom. So I assume you're getting throne sores, as one would be in the hospital getting bed sores. They have to move properly.
Yeah.
So that's just one thing I feel,
I'm with
the whole, oh, he's coming back, the second coming. I like to joke with Christians and say it's a third coming, because after he resurrected, he ended up showing himself again to people. And some of the gospels showing his wounds and showing proof that he resurrected. That would be the second coming, in my opinion. I don't think he would come back as a...
No, actually,
and again, not to say I believe it, but just...
If that was the second coming, then he would have lied, because he told the disciples that upon his second coming, he would come with angels and judge the nations. So that actually, the transfiguration wouldn't qualify as a second coming.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Because I was once a Hebrew Israelite a long time ago. I was more of an Old Testament Bible believer outside of the New Testament, because I just didn't feel Jesus was that Messiah due to none of the prophecies in the Old Testament being fulfilled. One being in Jeremiah, where it says, this ruler will come bring right ruling, and Israel and Judah will be saved in his days. Well, Israel today, the one being the place that was created in 1948, ain't nobody came back to save them. And plus, they own, $325 trillion of the world's currency. So if those are God's chosen people, I don't know what kind of saving they would need at all. So again, and then I got out of it and eventually realized.
Well, good.
Malarkey.
I'm glad you got out of it.
Just live my life, like you said.
Hell yeah.
Experience to do good and just call it a day. Live like a Buddhist, I guess.
I'm with you. But let me get some other people on here. I'm trying to keep people on the time limit.
Yeah, you're right. I don't want to mess up your numbers, and I don't want to take you off course. But
it ain't messing up the numbers. I don't care nothing about no damn numbers. I just, I just want people to be able to get a chance to get on. That's all.
For sure. I'm long-winded too.
All right. Yes, you are. Yeah, all right. I'm long-winded too. Peace. Moore's Man? I think is what it says. Moore's Man. Yeah, Moore's Man, living spirit. Moore's Man, you're on. I know you've been.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, okay. Are you over 21?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you a believer?
No, I don't believe.
Okay. So are you atheist or agnostic?
I would say I follow Happy Now Valley. That's kind of my default. If you're gonna
hold on for 1 second. Fred, stop asking me for the link, and I posted the link like 11 times. So stop asking me for the link. All right. So Happy Now Valley. What is that?
Yeah, Egyptian. It's pretty much Egyptian culture.
Okay. All right. So what you got for me today?
But I was really just hopping on the live to see because I see the post that says I call bullshit on the Noah's Ark, and I was thinking what you thought about the Atra Hasis, the older text of a biblical flood, like a flood. I was thinking what you thought about that.
Oh, so make sure I got the right character. So that's the Atra Hasis. I think it's just another flood narrative based on a local flood.
A local flood?
Yeah, a local flood that has been legendized. Especially Atra Hasis come from the Sumerian, or no, that's more Akkadian, I think.
Mesopotamia, Babylonian.
No, Babylonian be the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is Utnapishtim.
Right.
You got Sudra and Atra Hasis, which are Akkadian and Sumerian. Now, there's Sumerians, the leading thought process today concerning, is that the what we call what is the Persian Gulf right now, that it was a fast moving but slow flood that created the Persian Gulf, and that's where the Sumerians were originally. And then because there was flooding at 10 feet per day, that they ended up moving up into Mesopotamia and settling in Ur. And they developed their flood narrative at that point. As the story grew, with them joining with the Akkadians, it became the two different stories of Zoroaster and Atrahasis. And then the story just got legendized into a worldwide flood.
Right. No, I get it. I was seeing your point of view, just for the conversation's sake, because but that makes sense of how you think of it, right?
Yeah.
So I never heard that perspective of just it being localized, right?
Yeah, because even Egypt doesn't have a history of a worldwide flood itself. Like, it have Nile River floods, but there is no, the whole of Egypt was flooded, or the whole world was flooded. There's just flooding from the Nile when the rain season hits, somewhere in South Sudan, and then the Nile River overflows, and sometimes it overflows so much that it was a disastrous flood instead of the normal good flood that they would have. But as far as any story that we found in the Kemetic story, there's no worldwide flood. Only Mesopotamian cultures, only the Mesopotamian cultures in the Mediterranean have a worldwide flood.
Okay. No, that's really what was it. And I had some questions, but I heard you and the brother talking. So I see your viewpoint. Peace and love.
Peace and love, man. Appreciate you.
Brother.
Okay, so let's see. There's no one in the waiting room there. There's no one in the YouTube and Facebook waiting room. Al was there, but you got to wait your turn, Al. Maybe work caused Al to have to get off. Somebody had asked me, why don't I do I bring up multiple people? I used to, but it turns into a clusterfuck. And I mean to say it that way. So I don't bring up multiple people anymore. I know that causes people to have to sit in the waiting box and wait their turn, but trying to manage 3, 4, 5 people and everybody yakking and talking, and then I'm on 2 different, I got Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok all going at the same time, and I got a referee, and no, so we don't do multiple people. Just the way this show is going to proceed. Plus, with one person, we can have that conversation. Sitting in a waiting room, great song. I'm gonna have to look that song up. But so the lack of flooding all over the world is one reason why you can't have a flood story. And then there was an interesting scientific discovery. You should give people a minute and a half to speak. That's too short. That's too short. Because there's always question and response, question and response, question and response. You got to give people, in my mind, I want to give people like 5 to 10 minutes, depending upon how interesting the conversation is going. If you just gave people a minute, that ain't gonna work. But I understand. But I tried in my mind, I'm thinking 5 to 10 minutes, but I know it should be going like 20 minutes and 30 minutes. But anyway, so there was an interesting thing that I was reading some months ago, where it was talking about the amount of heat rain generates, right? And if it rained for 40 days and 40 nights, and the springs are bursting out of the earth, and which would then fall down as well, that the amount of heat that it would generate would boil the earth. So if this flood happened, everything also would have been boiled to a crisp. So that means all sea life is dead and all life on the earth is dead. So just with that understanding of friction, the flood couldn't, even if the flood even tried to happen, it couldn't come out the way that they wanted it, the way the story is saying. the United States is Turtle Island. Tell me what you know about that. Who was that? The Hopi Indians? Was it the Hopi that believed that the earth was sitting on the back of a turtle? I think is that it was. Turtle Island is the name that many indigenous peoples in North America would refer to the continent based on various creation stories that describe the land being formed on the back of a great turtle. Yeah, that's what that was. Yeah. It's just other made up ass stories, just like most other people created their own versions of how the earth came into existence. I mean, there's no... I think we've explored enough off the coast, and even though we haven't went to the deepest depths of the ocean, and the ocean is the most unexplored parts of this planet, I'm pretty sure that the United States is not sitting on the back of a turtle. Pretty sure. Thanks for the heart. I think somebody sent. Somebody sent somebody else a heart. I don't know how this TikTok stuff be working. I don't want to be ungrateful, but I see it tells you who things go to. Now, before you start, 3 questions. Question number 1, out of respect, I cannot pronounce your name. Can you tell me how to pronounce it?
It's Ngangenkungu. You can call me Misty. When it's translated to English, it's called light equal to the mist.
Okay, so I can call you Mist.
You can call me Mist. Yes.
Mist. Okay, Mist. Are you over 21?
Yes, sir.
And are you a believer?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Here in South Africa, where I'm from a culture called Xhosa.
Xhosa?
Whereas Xhosa, yes, sir. Whereas we believe culturally in...
Wait, hold on 1 second. Say Xhosa again.
Yes.
Say Xhosa again.
Xhosa.
There we go.
Xhosa.
I was gonna say I didn't hear the click that first time. I didn't hear the click, and I was like, hold on, that's supposed to have a click in it. Damn it. I wish I could say. I wish I had that click, man. Sorry. It's a personal thing right there.
I'll teach you one day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was saying, in our culture, we believe that God is not the way it is described in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
In our culture, we believe God in the ancestral God, meaning God lives within you through your lineage.
Mm-hmm.
God is in your blood, because from the first ancestor that you had is the one who had the closest connection to God, if there is an entity that is God. So for us, we just believe in ourselves, meaning all of the people that came before me still lives through me spiritually.
Right. Okay. No.
So that's what we believe in.
Yeah, so I understand that religious thought process, that spiritual thought process, I should say. I really started learning that one when I was studying Ifa for a minute, of ancestral veneration. And I did remember a little bit of the, gosh, I wish I can say Xhosa like you. But now, see, I can, to a certain degree, I can get down with that, because as far back as you go into your generations, you eventually get to, you got some background noise? But you eventually get to where somebody had to be, you're getting closer and closer to the beginning. My only thing is that we will never know that beginning. So you said if there is a entity, so you don't necessarily believe there is an entity.
Yes, in our spirituality, we only believe in nature, meaning the earth,
Mm-hmm.
the water,
Mm-hmm.
the sun, and then the elements. Let me just put it like that, to put it in a short manner. Yeah, in the elements. So part of it is that the sun is the father of all creation, and the moon is the mother of all creation. So the energies from the sun provides life, and then the energy from the moon provides knowledge and wisdom, which you then which is then imparted into the waters, your wind, even the trees.
Right.
So in order for us to connect to our ancestors, we do burn incense sometimes. Sometimes we just speak to the water, and then the message that you put you pass through the water. You can just pour the water into the soil, and then you know for a fact what you asked for, or maybe what you were giving thanks for. That message is received.
So your focus more
because you are giving you are giving to the universe the message.
So it is more.
So it's not more. It's more about internal than it is about the external. Even though you do certain gestures just to show that you are acknowledging the existence of the universe.
So would I be
outside of yourself?
So would I be correct in a short version to say that it is just more about connecting your own energies to the energies of the universe?
Come again, please.
In a short version of what you said, would I be correct to identify it as connecting your energies to the known energies of the universe? So like, the sun energy is vital to creating life. Water energy is vital to creating life. And recognizing the symbiotic relationship that you connect to those energies through yourself.
Yes.
Okay.
That will be putting it bluntly.
But you don't add deity to it.
Yes.
Okay.
Another thing. Of late, we have been, I can say, enlightened in the sense that, or awakened in the sense that more and more of us South Africans are starting to ask the relevant questions of who we are.
Right. Oh, good.
Colonization, because after colonization, we all had to be Christians in order to survive.
That's outstanding.
But now, yeah.
So let me ask you a question. There's a reason why, and somebody kind of jumped ahead of me on it in the comments, and I'm gonna try to say it. Is Gopher, is that related to the Zulu stories? Is that related to Zulu?
Yes, we are the Bantu groups. So Zulus would be another clan, and then Xhosas would be another clan. In fact, it's like a brother clans. Yes.
So there's a Zulu story about how the earth was a mist, and then the moon showed up and created tidal waves and all kinds of shit like that. And then the mist went away, and now the sun could shine all the way through because it was a haze most of the time. So is that part of? I've heard that from a Zulu. Is that part of the Osa?
You're starting to get the hang of it. Yeah.
I gotta practice.
It's part of what we are taught from a young age. So the thing is, because of we as the people from generations before the white man came, we never used books. There were engravings in the caves and stories told in the fireplace by our the people that held the most information throughout the generations were the women in our culture. They will tell us stories as we are maybe they are grandchildren or the great grandchildren. Those stories are filled with the information of who we are, of where we are coming from. So such a story as you are relating now, it's something similar to what I was taught.
Okay.
Because now, even one guy once reminded me that even the Bible states that in the beginning the world was without form, and the Spirit of the Lord was hovering over it. And when you check, it doesn't say the God of the Bible created the world. The world was already there.
Yep.
So that's one of the questions that got me thinking, no, why am I still following this? Because I followed it, I think, until my early 20s.
No,
and then whilst I kept on reading the Bible, I kept on asking myself questions that I could not find answers. And then when I got to elders and asked them questions, they asked me one question. If you are going to continue being a Christian, ask yourself, what did your people believe in before the Bible landed in South Africa?
That's a very
That's when you
question.
find correct answer. Then that's when I started my research, learning about my culture more. And then things got easier because now I knew that the good and the bad go hand in hand. It's the balance of life. That's why there is night and day. Everything is balanced. Even a good person has an evil side. Even an evil person has a good side. So it's just the person that manages which side is going to reveal when and how, because both sides are necessary. If a man attacks your house, you have to be evil towards that man in order to protect your family. So you can't say you are a good person whereby you can do bad actions. So it shows that both of these things live within you. So that's what we are taught.
No, you're absolutely you're absolutely correct in that thought process. You know, I myself, I had an uncle. I hated the fact that he was a drug dealer, but you cannot deny that he didn't love his children, grandchildren, and his mother and his father, his uncles, his brothers, his sisters, and his cousins and nieces and nephews. He loved his family, even though he was selling drugs. And I used to tell him, that's contradictory, and I myself have my own, like you say, I have my own things that, you know, I will act badly in other people's eyes, depending on the situation. You know, I try to manage it as much as I can. And you said something interesting that to go back to the Bible stuff, most people don't realize that the King James translation that starts out saying that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth is not how that should have been translated. That's an incorrect translation. That those waters were already present for him to hover over it, and like I said, the earth was already in chaos, because Genesis 1 is trying to explain it, how it, you know, the details of it. But it should be read as when God began to create the heavens and the earth was complete chaos and darkness, meaning that it was already here, it was already in darkness, it was already had water and all that sort of thing, and his face was above the waters. So this is when he began to pretty much redesign, instead of using the word recreate, redesign the chaotic nature that this stuff was already in, which then would not make that God the creator. That guy will be doing exactly what we do when we say, I'm gonna take this piece and that piece and that piece that's already here, and I'm gonna put it together to make something new.
Exactly. And what pains me most is that a lot of people that you find in the churches who are Christian and who are preaching to other people are very, very educated.
They're very what?
People with degrees. They are very educated. Now the question is, how is it possible that a whole doctor, a person that would say, is very how can I put this? Maybe clever or maybe bright, or his brain cells work a lot harder than other people's because now they study a lot. And then those people that have to study like that are not having any question about what is written in the Bible. Because if you can read the Bible, you find a lot of loopholes that no man, how could it, like for instance, this thing of the Noah's Ark story, you can ask yourself that question. And then you find, no, this thing doesn't connect. The information they are sharing there is a lot of, if I may put it in French, I would say it's a lot of bull.
A lot of it is. I mean, a person being educated does not necessarily mean that they are wise, for one. And then you also have a person being educated in one field doesn't mean that they have shown interest to ask questions in other fields of study. And if they've been indoctrinated, oftentimes they don't bother asking the question because they even take their own education and say that the only reason I'm a doctor is because God allowed me, or God provided for me, or God made me. You know, they don't even recognize their own credits that they should be taking for the amount of studying, the amount of practice, and everything they went through to achieve what they have achieved. They've been indoctrinated to give it over to some force outside of themselves that they have been taught since they were a kid. You know, so in essence, people are, when it comes to their religion, most people are lazy as hell and will not research it or study it, but bet they like
True that.
Mm-hmm.
What you're saying is actually true, because we would say in our culture, ukuhlakanipha kwendoda kuqala ngokuzazi ukuba ingubani. That would mean the first sign of intelligence from a man begins when that man knows who he is.
Okay.
Meaning knowing who you are. It doesn't mean knowing your name, your address. It means knowing your lineage, knowing who your father is, who his father is, who's your mother, who gave birth, until you, maybe, even if you know at least 3 generations minimum before you. A lot of people don't know about those things, and they don't care.
Yeah.
And some of the things that you would find, the information you would find about your lineage or your forefathers might assist you in knowing certain reasons why you do certain things. Like for instance, you might be drawn to be being a woodworker, for example, and you might find that your great-grandfather was also a woodworker. That's why you like woodworking.
Yeah,
so you would know something about yourself through knowing your history.
You are absolutely right. I used to believe that my personality was 100% the environment that I grew up in. Now, for me, my father, I didn't grow up with my father full-time or even hell part-time. He lived in a whole other state. But I was around my grandfather. My grandfather was my male role model. But when I started really getting to know my dad when I was about 27 years old, and I'm starting to hear his stories about how he was as a young man, as a teenager, his love for entrepreneurship, his protection of his woman, the protection of the family, the fact that he will burn the earth down for those that he loved. I was like, well, damn, I act the same way. I have some of those same personality traits. And my daughter was too small for me to see her personality at that time frame. She was only like 18 months old. So I started to realize that, yes, there's a percentage of my personality that comes from my ancestry, right? And the more and more I've learned about my ancestry, because right now I got paperwork. I know stories as well, but I know paperwork. I can take my family back to the 1700s and the boat that came over from Ghana and Nigeria area. But you know, seeing all these different people, I can see how all of it came together, and here I am. Now, of course, environment still makes a big difference, but there are certain personality traits. There's a bunch of entrepreneurs in my family post-slavery, you know. So it's no coincidence to me that I have an issue working for someone. So I agree with you in that stance.
Yes.
But let me bring some.
That would be evidence of one of our, I can say maybe characteristics of our belief, because as we believe in the ancestors, at the same time, we don't believe in those things about heaven and hell and stuff. What we believe in is that once you die, you will get reborn. No matter it doesn't, you don't necessarily get reborn at the same time, but you will be reborn.
Yeah.
You die, the flesh dies, and the spirit lives on forever.
Yeah.
Forever.
Now see that part.
There is no death.
Now I do know there is no death, because energy does not die. What we become, that's the part where I say I don't know, and no one actually knows. We have our hope, we have our theories, but we don't. And I have my hypothesis, but I don't know. And I don't think anybody can know that unless because no one has come back and delivered that proof. And although we've all had some type of personal experience that could lead us in one direction or another, it's still not proof. Like, I had the experience a week after my grandfather died, that he was sitting on the edge of my bed, and he told me that the family was going to separate, but then I got to bring them back together. And that's exactly what did happen after my grandmother passed away. And between me and my aunts, we brought the family back together. More, we didn't like split. We just weren't doing as many things together anymore. So me and my aunts got together, and we kind of brought it all back together more so than it was, because back to how it was when my grandparents were alive. I can use that in the past when I was a Christian. That was an experience that I thought was some godly experience, right? But as I got older, I just recognized that the trauma of losing my grandfather created this instance where I pretty much just had a dream, and knowing that my family that the reason why all the cousins grew up like brothers and sisters is because of my grandparents. So without them two, we would kind of separate a little bit. And so I just recognize it from that. And I'm just a person who has like incredibly vivid dreams every damn night.
In my culture, you would have been given the title Inkulu, meaning the great one, but it's just a translation that is the great one. But the true meaning behind the term Inkulu, it means that you are the engine of the family, meaning you are the glue that will keep the family together, meaning you have assumed the position or the role that was played by your grandparents.
Right, I'm with you.
They gave that power to you. And I'm sure even if you meet challenges amongst your family, you are always the one that knows how to fix it, even though you don't know how you knew. But you just know, I have to do this in order to fix this. But you don't know how you know.
Right, I'm with you. I'm gonna say that just the power of my grandfather, because he was the one. My grandmother was the nurturing part that kept the family together. My grandfather was more the straightforward asshole that kept the family together. And so like this past weekend with our family, during our family vacation, although it was my brother and my aunts and my cousins who embodied my grandmother's spirit of the nurturing part of that whole conversation that we had, I was just the asshole that initiated that we're gonna have this conversation so that we can make the family better. And I did it in a way that my grandfather would do it. Call out some bullshit and say, we're gonna settle this bullshit. Piss off some people, and then the others with my grandmother's energy brought it all back to a nurturing state. Because I don't know if you've been watching me, but I don't try to go 50 miles around the circle. I'm gonna go straight at the goddamn point, right? So, but Fred, hold on for a second. Fred, you come up to the stage, Fred, but as last time, it says that you will need to correct your microphone / camera before I can add you. So I can't add you. So whatever settings you have for your microphone and camera is not set right. So maybe for this program, you need to allow it. I don't know if you get a thing that pops up said to allow for your camera and microphone to be turned on, but you need to check that, Fred. Same issue than last time. Sorry, just trying to, this dude been talking about coming on the show 11 times, but every time his stuff ain't working. But yeah, look, I even went as far as to tell my family, I know some of y'all don't like me or like how I am sometimes, but we're gonna fix this shit. Y'all gonna get over it. And we did.
There's always, in order for the family to operate, there has to be someone who's always the bad guy. And the bad guy is the guy that tells the truth all the time.
Yeah.
Gives you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. All the time.
That is
There's
true.
never a day whereby he will leave you doing something wrong and just pretend it's right.
Mm-hmm.
That person is always needed in order for the family to operate successfully. That's why in our culture we would say in Kulu, the great one, meaning you act like a king.
Mm.
Not everyone in the kingdom loves the king, but the king has to tell it as it is.
Got my cowboy crown on. How you say that word again? Nguru?
Yes.
Nkuru.
You're saying properly.
Nkuru.
Yes.
Damn, I wish it had a click in it though. Nkuru.
Let me type it up for you.
God damn it. I might have to change my name on this thing to Nkuru.
There it is. You see? Nkuru.
Nkuru. Got it. Nkuru. Oh.
Yes.
It's not a, okay, got it. Nkuru.
Which also relates to how we call our great parents. The grandfather is Nkulu. Instead of the IN, it's an M.
Okay. Nkulu. I'm typing this in so that my Facebook and YouTube people, they know what to call me from now on. Nkulu. Nkulu.
Yes.
God damn it. But let me see if somebody else want to join up, man. I appreciate you.
Okay, I'll see you next time. Even I myself, I have to run now.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, and I'll always follow, and I'm going to follow now, even on the Facebook. Are you still using the same name?
Yeah, it'll be easier to just search at Coach Renz, COACHRENZ 33.
Okay.
Because deconstructing Christianity, there'll be a bunch of that'll pop up.
All right. I'll do that at Coach Renz. Yes,
yeah.
I got it.
RENZ. Yeah. 33. I put the 33 on it.
I won't forget it. I already wrote it down.
Okay. Appreciate
Thank you very much. I'm happy to hear even some other people from like overseas also having this awakening like us, that it's about time that we keep Christianity to the camp, call the bullshit as it is.
Oh yeah, and I actually get a lot of people from different countries who come onto the channel, so I'm thrilled to see that happen. Yeah, but appreciate you.
Have a good day.
You too. So Fred, I can't tell you how to do that because I don't know what phone system you're using or your computer system that you're using, but go into your settings. If it's on your computer, then you just have to go into your settings or down in the bottom right, that search bar, type in sound settings, and you should be able to, and maybe you have to turn it on there. If it's on your phone, it still may be in your settings. I don't know, but when you click on the link, if there possibly could be something that comes up that says that for you to allow for your camera and whatever to operate. But I don't know. Fred tried to come up, but it's not working. You got to figure that out, my dude. If anybody else want to come up, there was somebody else in the weight room, but they disappeared. Guess they ran out of time. Nkulu right here. Got my crown on. I have been dubbed. I can't wait to tell my wife this one. God dang it. Call me Nkulu. Nkulu. That's what my wife, I don't know if she's watching this right now, but get ready, because you're going to be calling me Nkulu. That's right. That's what I want to hear from her lips. I have a mobile. Well, something between your, nobody else has this issue that I know of on Facebook and TikTok. So it's something about turning your microphone and your camera on. I don't know. So with this, let me see if any worthy questions came up at any time frame. I saw a couple of things. I don't accept that dreams are the way that God speaks to you. Dreams, we don't really fully know what dreams are. But like, I had a dream that the Powerball was going to be $1.3 billion before they announced that it was 1.3 billion. That's not because of God telling me in a dream that it was going to be 1.3 billion. If you were to pay attention to how the lottery works, you can relatively estimate that if nobody wins this current one, that's 1.7 billion, that it's most likely that the one after that, if it goes that far, is probably going to be somewhere around the range of 2.4, 2.5 billion. Because a lot of people are going to go out and try to purchase tickets for this 1.7 billion. And it's a Friday, it's on a Saturday, so that means a lot more people are going to get paid. There's going to be office pools. So it's probably going to be, if nobody wins this 1.7, it'll probably be about 2.5 billion. So in a dream state, all those types of thoughts and calculations are still in my brain. So it's not crazy for me to have a dream that it would be that amount, right? I understood the role of my grandfather and my grandmother when I was a child and teenager. So it's not crazy for me to have that dream that my grandfather said on my bed and what would happen. So dreams oftentimes are a bunch of information coalescing together and creating pretty much a movie reel in your brain based on that knowledge, sometimes forecasting things, oftentimes dealing with stuff that you're currently experiencing and dealing with. So don't think that it's from God, because then which God is it coming from? What do you believe, host, or know of your origins? Egypt says we come from the stars. Yeah, the whole stardust aspect of it. I don't know how Earth originated. I don't know how humans came about to say it factually, but based on our observation of the universe, that our known universe is nothing more than a singularity that happened within another universe, and this is a infinite number of causation of singularities happening, and that from the birth of the nebula that came from the singularity. We know stars are created in nebulas, and then from stars, planets are created, and therefore solar systems are created. And if a planet is in the habitable zone and the right materials were to bombard that planet, then at some point life begins to evolve. That's like the best scientific theory that we have, and it's based on observation. Now, anything beyond that, to say that, oh, you know, some aliens came and they seeded the earth, we have no proof of that. What we do know that there have been multiple extinction level events on the planet. At least 6, I think, is what we have been demonstrated. So we don't know what societies and levels of societies existed prior to we don't even know what societies existed prior to the last ice age. So societies that existed prior to 12,000 years ago, 12 to 15,000 years ago, we have no idea. And that ice age started about 30 to 50,000 years ago. So if there were, whatever we say, most anthropologists will say that it was all hunter-gatherers before then, we're not 100% certain, because the ice and the Younger Dryas flood wiped out, just like today, how most people live on coastal areas, would have wiped out those civilizations. The Anunnaki could be nothing more than a previous earthen civilization that had greater technology than a version of the hominid, a version of Homo sapiens that was around, and they presented themselves as gods, you know, and took advantage of people's ignorance. But we don't know. And that's one of the differences between me and a lot of people. I don't mind saying we don't know, and I don't mind not knowing. I don't have to know how we came into creation, how we came into being, I should say. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. What matters to me is I'm here. You know. Fred, this is a misunderstanding if this is what you think my thought process is, and you want me to stop being a Christian. I don't care, Fred, if you remain a Christian or not remain a Christian. If you being a Christian means that you're out here murdering people, taking advantage of people, molesting people, then yeah, I need you to stop being a Christian and find something else that calm your ass down. But if you being a Christian is the only thing that's keeping you from harming people, then stay a Christian. As far as anything else, I don't care if you are a Christian or not. You come to my page. I never went to your page and said, Fred Adams, I want to convert this dude, Fred Adams, away from Christianity. Ooh, I never did that. You came to this page. So I don't give a shit as to what you are. You know, this page is really for people who have made the decision to deconstruct from Christianity. And I am just here as an outlet and as a guide in their journey. If you are a happy Christian, stay a happy Christian. You just are offended by the fact that folks don't believe in your book. And the way that we deconstruct is to examine the book critically with critical thinking, break it down to show that the book is filled with contradictions to science and contradictions to itself. So you stay a Christian, Fred. Personally, and this is just me. Even though I don't like white supremacy, for example. I don't like white supremacy. But if there's a pro-white supremacist page, I'm not going to their page. Why would I go to their page to argue with them people? I let them go be stupid. I let them go say what they want to say. I don't care. As long as they not bothering me, as long as they're not coming in my house, bother me on the street, doing anything, like, I don't care if they got a white supremacist page, do. As long as you're not hurting people. Don't care. Could care less. How you doing, Miss Fifi? Hey, Sherry. But yeah, I could care less. Could care less. That's if I was trying to convert some people, I would actually spend my time converting family members because I'm more concerned about them than I would be concerned about, and no disrespect to any of y'all on here, all you strangers. All you strangers, like, you know, I was concerned about what my kids grew up thinking. I made sure that they knew how to critically think, and I let them choose their own path. I taught them to research Christianity, research Islam, research Hinduism, research Buddhism, research all the Ifa, to research and come to their own decision and conclusion. All right. Now, Fred said you don't have a better foundation for us. Actually, if somebody was coming to me and they was asking for truly asking, because I know, Fred, you're not truly asking. You've demonstrated what your personality is. Then I would most likely, well, I've done it. I've told people who were looking for a foundation that they should read the Tao Te Ching and they should read the Kabbalion. Those are better philosophical ways of living and understanding of the universe and themselves than the Bible, the Quran, the Vedas, the Upanishads, all those other books, right? Even Neoplatonism. See, philosophies are better than I'm going to believe a book that's filled with a whole bunch of stuff that you have to force yourself to reconcile the evils of it or the immoralities of it. Blessed.
What's going on, my guy?
How you doing? How you doing? You over 21?
This might give me a kick, bro, but I'm 20, bro. I'm gonna be 21 in 2 months.
Okay, I'm gonna let you slide. But if you was under 18, I wouldn't let you slide. And are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm a believer.
Okay. So as a believer, the question up on the screen is about the flood.
Right.
All right. I say that the flood is BS. Why would you say that is true outside of the Bible?
Well, because the Noah's Ark was found, bro.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, I've read. It said that it was found.
So there was a guy named Ron Wyatt. Ron Wyatt is the one who claimed that he had found the Noah's Ark. When it went through its first level of peer review, it was discovered that his findings were false. When it was about to go through another level of peer review, the country of Turkey realized that they had a tourist trap, and so they shut down further research on it, and so they can make money, basically. I don't know if you've ever been to that part of the world, but there's a lot of tourist traps in relation to Christianity, Islam, and Judaism of people claiming stuff. But Ron Wyatt's discovery, one, the technology that he used could not have produced what he wanted. His markings of where he was saying he found iron, he purposely made a boat shape in his markings. But when you actually, when they first peer reviewed it, they found that those iron deposits did not create a boat shape unless you forced it to create one, because there are more iron deposits of similar situation all over. But Ron Wyatt he's proven to be that nothing that Ron Wyatt has claimed has ever been found to be true.
He had a bad reputation.
Oh, he has a terrible reputation, and he's a liar. He claims to be an archaeologist, which he's not. He has a degree he has a nursing degree. And in order to do any archaeological digs in Israel, you have to at least have a bachelor's degree in archaeology, and he does not have one. So any archaeological dig he claims in Israel, like finding the spot where Jesus' cross was, getting some blood from Jesus, all those things are false.
He said he got some blood from Jesus?
Yep.
That's wild, bro. Hey, bro, if what you saying is true, bro, I learned something new, bro. Then I gotta look more into it.
If you research Ron Wyatt and not just read what he has at his museum, because also Ron Wyatt realized he can make some money off this stuff. So he claimed that he found chariot wheels, which it wasn't a chariot wheel. It's just a coral. It's just coral. And
you talking about at the Red Sea?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't really do any. Didn't nobody do no real investigations on them though, bro. So we can't speak on that.
No, they have. Yes, they have.
The outside was coral, bro.
Huh?
The outside was covered in coral. Didn't nobody pull the quote unquote wheels up and do no test on them to see what materials they were composed of.
Now you're right about that, but they did do I forgot what type of X-ray was done to show that it wasn't a chariot wheel. And here's one other aspect of that one: the equipment that Ron Wyatt is claiming that he utilized in order to find the chariot wheel, he would have died. He used regular scuba gear, and you're not able to go to those depths with regular scuba gear. And and there was something else about that as well. It escapes me right now. I think the type of wheel, the number of spokes don't match the era either.
Wait, so can I ask a question about that? So I could talk about the sheet shells found on mountains, but I heard scientists say it's because of like the shifting of titanic plates or something like that.
Tectonic plates.
Sure.
Tectonic plates.
Okay. And but even if there were no even if the ark wasn't found and there's seashells up there which could go up there from titanic plates, scientists claim.
Tectonic plates.
Yeah, you know what
I know, but so when you're talking to other people, I'm being a benefit to you. When you're talking to other people, you want to use the right word. Otherwise, they will instantly try to discredit you. You understand what I'm saying? So you're 20. So I'm gonna treat you like my 23-year-old. I'm gonna treat you like, well, he's 24 now. Like my 24-year-old. You got to know the right word. Otherwise, people discredit you. All right? They stop listening. So the tectonic plates. So tectonic plates raises tectonic plates. You said titanic plates. So you can say tectonic plates or tectonic plates.
Is crazy.
Yeah. So when
tectonic plates. I said it right this time.
Yeah. So when India
good. All right.
So when India merged with the Asian continental plate, it pushed the seabed up and started creating the mountains. This is why you have shells on the top of, you can find seashells in the Himalayan mountains, because the Himalayan mountains once were underwater. Now, not all mountains are formed that way. And we can see that the Indian plate and the Asian plate are still doing that to this day, where they are still merging and growing like 1 inch a year.
Okay.
I think it's
sorry if I ask you a question.
Sure.
So without the ark being found, what evidence would you accept of the Noah's Ark happening?
So if there was, see, the problem is the science. So water friction would not have, you would have to get rid of water friction, right? Water friction is the fact that when it rains, that every drop creates energy and disperses heat, okay? If it rains for 40 days and 40 nights, then the amount of heat that would have been generated would cause the water to boil because of the accumulated heat. So you have to get rid of that. Also, there's not enough water in the planet, above the planet, on the planet, in order for the planet to flood to cover Mount Everest by 22 feet. So you'd have to find this other source of water. Now, people are jumping at this idea of ringwoodite being found. The ringwoodite that we do see is a synthetic ringwoodite, and which is a deep earth mineral that holds, that they believe holds water. Now, this is water that is trapped into this mineral, but in order for this water to come up, it would have to go through the magma layer, and that would then evaporate the water in the first place. So we're not going to get ringwoodite water is not going to be able to be released from the deep core Earth, or the deep crust Earth. Actually, it's not going to be able to release. So finding ringwoodite doesn't give enough water, even though they say that if and you got to understand, in that study, it was a if there is this amount of ringwoodite, then it would be 3 times the amount of water that's in the oceans. But that's a if they find that much ringwoodite. So it's not like they found it. It's a if there is that amount, which is what a lot of people jumped on, but they excluded the if. So there's just not enough water. So you have to find a source for all this underground water to be able to justify the amount of water needed, right?
I like that you're talking to me like I know what ringwoodite is, bro.
Oh, well, I explained it. You didn't hear me explain it? So
no, bro.
So we only have a synthetic version of it, but ringwoodite is this blue mineral that they think exists well within deep in the depths of the earth, right? And it shows that it holds water. Okay, so imagine a rock or a crystal that's holding water. It holds H2O as part of its formation. You with me?
Yeah, I'm listening, bro.
Now, because they found some ringwoodite, they think that it might be enough ringwoodite underneath the ground to have 3 oceans worth of water. Well, 3 times the amount of water on the planet of the oceans. But they haven't found that much ringwoodite.
Okay.
So
yeah, bro. I mean, it seemed like. So wait, what's your religion?
I don't have a
Gnostic
religion.
or atheist?
Atheist / agnostic. See, I'm open for. See, I'm open for something if there's proof of something, but there got to be some solid proof of that something. And see, the Noah story doesn't fit any of the historical timelines that we have either, meaning that Noah's story has to happen between 2500 BCE and 3000 BCE. All right. The problem is that there were societies that were in existence before, during, and after that time frame. So the Noah story is still incorrect because people were still here already, was already here and was still here and was here afterwards.
Well, I've heard people say that nowhere in the Bible does it speak of flooding the whole earth. It could be just that location. I've heard that before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, see, so what you're hearing is the fact that a lot of biblical scholars are saying that the story is based off of a local flood that's been exaggerated, basically. Okay.
Right.
And that's probable, but it's more probable that they're just copying the older Babylonian story, right? You'll find it in the Epic of Gilgamesh. And that's Atrahasis. I was saying that wrong, I think. That's Atrahasis' story. But if you read the Bible says in Genesis 7 that it covered all the earth. You with me?
Yeah.
So reality is a flood story was created based on some local flooding event. But the Bible, which is supposed to be this inerrant word of God, is saying that the whole of the earth was flooded.
Well, you could say all the earth meant all the earth in that area. You know, you can't, it's just not specific enough. You know what I'm saying? I see what you mean, but.
Well, like I was asking the lady earlier, it says that the water swelled so mightily on the earth that all the high mountains under the whole heavens was covered. So under the whole heavens would mean the whole planet, right?
It depends on who you speak to, but I see what you're saying, bro. I see how you got to that conclusion.
If you go anywhere on the planet, are you under the heavens? The heavens is the sky. Are you under the sky?
Right.
Can you name a place on the planet that's not under the sky?
I see what you mean, bro.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, so either you're going to take what it says and say that this is the inerrant word of God, or you're going to say, well, they were just being metaphorical. But if they were being metaphorical and it wasn't covering the whole planet and because it also says that everything that had breath on the planet died. Every living creature died, right? So is that part of the lie too? Because it says all flesh died that moved on the earth. Birds, domestic animals, wild animals, all swarming creatures that swarm on the earth, and all human beings. So the Bible is saying all human beings. You got to take it as it says. That's a literal statement.
Yeah, I say that. Yeah.
But we know that all human beings. There hasn't been a time frame in our 12 to 15,000 years of known history that all human beings on the planet died, except for 8 people. I mean, do you know of a time frame where all human beings died?
Nah, bro. It sounds like you know about history, bro. So.
Well, I got a 33-year head start on you. So.
You got 33 what?
I got a 33-year head start on you. So.
You ain't 53, bro.
Yes, I am.
Dang, bro, you look young, man. Okay.
Appreciate that.
What's your sneaker, bro?
Good parents. Not work. You know what? When I was your age, I used to get fussed at by my then mother-in-law because she said I don't worry enough. It's like she was a worrier. I don't worry about stuff. And this, I actually, honestly, you know, you can eat right, exercise, all that stuff is great. You should do that. But I think stress is what ages people more than anything else. And no matter what's going on in my life, I developed into a personality where I just don't stress about it. I do what I can about it at the moment that I can do something about it. Then I spend the rest of my time trying to enjoy life. When I can do something about it again, then I'll do whatever I can do. And then I go back to having fun. Even if I'm broke, I'm gonna figure out a way to have some fun and enjoy myself and be at peace. So I also learned to meditate when I was your age, you know, so I meditate and I don't worry about stuff.
I like that, bro. I think the same way, bro. I just, you know, trust in God. I do what I can at the moment, but when I can't do nothing, ain't no reason to stress about it. You know what I'm saying?
Nope. There's no reason.
I hope I look like you at that age, man. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, bro, you taught me something, bro. you know, I can't really speak about it. I'm not the type to speak factual about something that I don't know nothing about. But yeah, bro, seem like you educated. You know, I hope you keep looking into it, and hopefully, you know, you could believe one day. If not,
I knew you was about to go there.
Just,
we were having a good time until you went there.
Yeah, man, my bad, bro. But you know, I could be me if I ain't say it, bro. Well, I appreciate the conversation and the hospitality. Bro.
All right, no problem.
Good talking to you, man.
Good talking to you too.
All right.
All right. You really got to force yourself to stay still in meditation. Sometimes I move around when I meditate. See, and like this is stress. This is people with stress. Sorry, this is people with stress. Stop lying. To him, he looks 67 years old. Like you have to, you literally have to add a level. It might be minute, but add a level of stress within yourself is for you to just be negative about a person no matter what is said. Like Fred and this other guy James, when I posted pictures, just pictures of my family on our family vacation, all they could do is speak negatively about me and my family being at the beach, being at a winery. All they could do is post negative shit about it. You have to, you know how much negative fuel you have to produce in order for you, every time you see somebody, no matter what they do, what they say, whether what they do is good or bad, when they do things that are just good, put it that way, just good, I gotta find something negative to say about this. You know, how dare he go and spend 4 or 5 days with his family and he's not Christian, but they're Christian. I gotta say something negative about it because I don't like what he talks about. Like, you gotta boil all that up. And what's funny is that I sit up there and look at it and I find it hilarious and I laugh at it and I actually pity because I don't particularly care for Fred's personality that he's demonstrated on here. But if I was following Fred and he had a picture of him and his family and they're having a good time, I would just give it a thumbs up because that's a beautiful thing, right? It's a beautiful thing. That's one of the reasons, and to bring this back, that's one of the reasons I gave you all love, sir. Oh, Fred's on Facebook. Sorry for the people who's asking. Fred's on Facebook. Fred's one of my top fans on Facebook. Well, I don't know if he's a top fan yet, but he's getting close. He's getting close. But to generate all that negativity just makes absolutely no sense to me. And for a person to be that caught up by someone that you don't even know. You don't even know me. Like, so now y'all just saw, if you're on Facebook and everything. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Don't pay any attention to that. Don't pay any attention to that. Don't pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to that. Because I love to catch people in their, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's why I'm looking. I'm looking because I got a few haters. And sometimes I get the haters mixed up. And you guys know that if I'm wrong about something, I will easily correct myself from whatever I said that was wrong. Oh, Thea's 90. If you Facebook is a whole nother beast. Like I find people give me pleasantries on YouTube, but not on Facebook. Not on Facebook. Not on Facebook at all. He told me he gives nothing but love, right? So on the post, because you don't call your shit out. So I'm half right, half wrong. Half right, half wrong. So on the post about my family, where I was talking about that my family, we out of respect and love for one another, we don't separate because of different religious beliefs, right? Everybody else, you know, yes, looking well, bro, nice family. It's a beautiful family you have. Thanks for sharing them. Much respect, bro. Great family photos. Keep teaching. But Fred, it's obvious you can't tell us the books other than the Bible that confirms itself in Genesis 1:1 and St. John 1:1. All right, what the fuck does that have to do with me and my family being together and we getting along and enjoying this time together and still staying close and loving each other? Bring it where your book is that confirmed. What the fuck does that got to do with me and my family being together? It has nothing to do with me and my family together. It's obvious you don't have a book for us. What does that? That's my brother calling right now. What does that have to do with the post itself? If you showed love, Freddie Fred, then love would have been a statement about me and my family just being together. If you was showing love, you go to someone's family picture and you present a bunch of challenges that has nothing to do with the damn picture. That is not love. So I don't know where you get the idea that all you show is love. You muted your mic. The I am. The I am. You have to unmute yourself. You can. Let me see. I don't think I can. If you already muted yourself, I cannot unmute you.
Okay, excuse me. Yeah, what's going on, man?
There you go. Gotcha. How you doing?
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
are you over 21?
a little bit.
A little bit. Okay. Are you a believer? I'm a.
And yeah, well, I believe in the Torah, the Tanakh, the Old Testament.
Okay, so the Old Testament. Okay.
So I do
So,
believe Noah's flood, the flood during Noah's time was real. Yeah, if that's your question.
okay. What's your evidence that Noah's flood was real in and around 2500 BCE?
The evidence is the documented information is mentioned in the this written down or has been recorded in the different translations of the Torah and the Tanakh, or aka the Book of Remembrance, aka the Law, the Covenant that was given to Moses and the Israelites and the prophets.
So, if that is the standard of proof, then Achilles being a demigod is proof is valid because the Iliad and the Odyssey talks about him being a demigod, and we know that the battle that the Greeks fought Troy. So you believe that? So you would accept that Achilles was a demigod?
Well, I mean, that's not why I was like trying to respond, but since you asked that question, other my paradigm is not to prove that I mean, the demigods are real or not. That's because we don't. Because the reason why I'm just to make it quick. The reason why I said that because we don't go around trying to validate demigods or false gods or idol gods or the gods of other nations.
Okay. So the reason why I brought that up is because you're saying that your proof is what's written in the Bible, written in the Hebrew Bible, right? The Jewish Bible. The
Well, not Jewish Bible, but in the Israelite Bible.
the Hebrew Bible, is that fair?
Yeah, Israelite preferably.
Okay, so the Israelite Bible.
Yeah.
What the Israelite Bible cannot validate itself. So what I'm basically saying, a work of literature cannot be its own validation to proof. that in order to prove something as a fact, there must be outside sources from what's making the claim.
Okay, the other proof is the people who are living, who are from those people, who most people, we can call it the Most High's Bible, actually the Most High's book, but the
I'm
other
not,
proof
I'm not gonna call it that, but out of respect,
well,
I'm not calling it that. I call it the Israelite Bible. That's fine.
yeah, the reason why I say the Most High book because that's what the scriptures call it. You know, it calls it his book, his law, his book. You know, but besides that, I mean, other than that, I didn't want to get caught on that, but I'm saying like the people that's living today, that's the other proof. We are his witnesses according to the text. So we're the ones went through those different things of the good and the bad, just mentioned in the books of Deuteronomy. Um, so me and my people and people that are Israelites, we are that physical proof that you're talking about, that
But
physical evidence. And then we got another. Then there's another proof too.
hold on. Let's handle one at a time here.
Oh, okay.
So you cannot. That's still not proof because you're not eyewitnesses to the flood. You are believing in the stories passed down from generation to generation, but you're not personally an eyewitness to it.
Well, I'm not a physical eyewitness. No, when I say that, how do we know the story is true? Is because um, it's been written, and then the people that was used to write that information, their descendants exist today. The
Okay.
Israelites.
So, with that being the case, in the Hindu story, there's a flood where Manu is saved, and Manu saves his people, and then they rebuild civilization, and Brahma is the primary god here. So, and those people from India, they all still exist to this day in the same way that you're saying your people exist. So then their story is true, and then Brahma is God. You see how that doesn't create proof because you would then have a conflict with anybody else who has a similar story, and those civilizations still being around today with people still claiming that heritage.
No,
So
I think no, I don't agree to that because just because they got their history, they got their every nationality has their story, whether it's true or not. So the issue is not me trying to validate whether their story is true or not. I really wouldn't care. I just want to know. I just want to make sure that the story of my ancestors is true. And
well,
if they want to go around and promulgate their story, then that's up to them. But at the beginning of the day and end of the day, the prophecies and the information that's mentioned in the Tanakh, the Torah, the so-called Old Testament is the Most High's word is constantly coming to pass. Many things has already been coming to pass. So I don't see why you mentioning those other cultures.
Because I'm trying to demonstrate to you. Well, I'm demonstrating to you how what you're claiming as proof is the same standard that anybody else can claim, which does not make it proof. It does not make it true. It just makes it your belief based on your subjective thought.
Well, no. Again, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and then Jacob had 12. They had 12 tribes or even 13 tribes, depending on how you're looking at that particular. And so they had children, and it was prophesied what would happen to those people if they disobeyed the Most High, and if they obeyed the Most High, what would happen. So again, those people exist today, and they are landless. Those people are landless to this at this day and point in time right now.
See, you're still doing the same thing because for every situation that you can name that does not have actual proof, that is just a lineage of people who believe in it, there are multiple societies around the world where people have lost land who believed in a God and believed that they were being punished when they weren't being obedient to that God and lose their lands and so on and so forth, and some are still in a position trying to get that land back. So that's still not factual proof. You have to demonstrate that Abraham existed, but having lineage of people who claim it, and that's all they're doing is claiming it, because we can both admit you would never have Abraham's DNA, right?
Sir, again, those other stories that you're talking about, they do not have the exact nor even close to a similar story as the Israelites. Nobody on the earth does.
Why do they have to have a similar story to the Israelites? Why can't they have their own story?
That's what I'm saying. So I don't, like I say, I'm not trying to validate their story. I don't even know their stories like that, and don't even really choose to know them because it's not dealing with me or my people. But so that don't have anything to do with the Tanakh. That has nothing to do with the Genesis through Malachi information. Those other people that you keep mentioning, because that doesn't nullify their story, whether their stories is true or not. That doesn't nullify or negate what happened to the Israelites and this what's going on with the Israelites right now. And we're not just claiming. We're not just claiming. We actually have. My people is actually landless. We've been separated from our inheritance, our land, our homeland for over 2,000 years, 25, over 25, about 2,500 years. And so if that's not enough proof for you, that's fine. I say, I guess I got another proof too. We got the Sabbath day. The Sabbath day is also proof.
That is not proof because you have a particular day of worship. That's not proof. Proof is something that can be observed, that can be measured, that can be tested.
Mm-hmm.
Those things cannot be observed, measured, and tested.
Yes, it can.
That's all belief. You have.
Wait a minute. You say those things can't be measured and tested. Yes, it can. They can be observed. We observe every day. Every day we observe every day.
You observing it today simply means you believe in it. What I'm saying is by observation and testing is that be able to identify through some method that Abraham was walking around. He had his wife Sarah. They had Isaac. He was going to sacrifice him, but an angel stopped him. That he then defeated Sodom to rescue Lot. And then he bartered with God. Well, he ate a meal with God and two angels. And then he bartered with God and two angels about killing Sodom and Gomorrah. And then jumped to him going to Egypt and the Egyptian Pharaoh taking his wife and then getting a whole bunch of slaves and stuff after that. Then going to Amalek. And then pimping out Sarah again, and then
what you call it? Wait a minute, you hold on. I'm sorry. Did you just say pimping out, Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you see, but that's you telling the story. You trying to tell our story in the way that we don't tell our story. We would never say that. We would never talk like that.
Of course, he's a hero. In your story, he's a hero. In my reading of Abraham, I don't see Abraham as a hero. Any man who lies about his wife or tell a half lie about his wife to save his own neck, I don't see I can't respect that man.
Okay, that's fine. No, but that's not okay. That's a different perspective, a point you're making in reference to what we were talking about. But we don't teach our story like that, nor tell it like that, nor is it written like that.
No, it's written like that. Did he not tell Sarah to lie to the people and say that that was his sister because he was afraid that she was so pretty that they would want her and they would kill him for wanting her in order to get her? So tell everybody this lie that you my sister.
Okay, well, again, that's not the storyline. You get a little bit correct, but most of it is incorrect. He didn't lie. He didn't do anything wicked.
To tell a half lie is not wicked. To tell, were they married or were they just brother and sister?
They were both.
They were both. But he said, only tell them that you're my sister because they will kill me in order to get you if they knew you was my wife.
Okay, I mean, what I'm saying is if you don't like that as a person, that's fine. But the scriptures never said, this is what I'm saying. The scriptures didn't contradict what he did. What I'm saying, it didn't reprimand him for what he did. The Most High did not come back and say, okay, you know what, Abraham, that was wrong what you did. He never did that. So what I'm saying is you telling the story. You're not telling the story correct, but that's fine. I mean, you can tell it the way you want it. I'm just saying that's not how the story is written.
Just because that is how it's written, but just because your God doesn't reprimand him for it, it doesn't make it morally right. Because I am super big about protecting my wife, right? But I'm not going to lie and say that she's not my wife in order to protect myself, right?
Okay, but
so and then once the Pharaoh realized that the plague that was hitting his household was because he took Sarah, then the Pharaoh's like, okay, here goes some gold, here goes some silver, here goes some slaves, here goes some cows and goats and shit, and y'all get on about y'all business, right? And then he did the same thing with Amalek. Hey, tell Amalek that you're my sister, because they might try to kill me. And Amalek got her. He didn't, unlike Pharaoh, he didn't sleep with her. But then when Amalek realized that there was a problem going on, he was like, dude, why you lie like that? Why didn't you tell us that was your wife? And he was like, I thought y'all might kill me. And so he gave them a whole bunch of silver and some slaves and some animals and sent them on their way again. And that's when he went, and now he got the money. That's where he got the money to go buy that land from, was it a Hittite or Edomite? I think it was a Hittite that he bought the land from. Right? So I'm
actually
demonstrating the story.
Yeah, but you're not telling the story accurately like that. That's not how it actually is.
I'm not telling the story with a Hebrew Israelite spin on it.
Well, no, we're not Hebrew Israelites, but you're not telling the story the way the Most High will want you to tell that story because you're not an Israelite. I guess I'm thinking. So if you're not an Israelite, I don't expect for you to tell that story like I would. I wouldn't teach that. See, what I'm saying is I wouldn't teach that story. Not like you teaching. Not even close.
Well, of course you wouldn't, because why would you tell? Okay, so if people have a hero story, they're going to tell it in a hero's way. If I'm not part of the group that looks at him as a hero and sees him more, not as a complete villain, but somewhat of a villain, I'm going to tell it from that perspective of how I see it. But it's written, but I'm not saying anything different than how it's written, though.
That's what I'm saying. Even if you take it literally, I mean, even if you just take it word for word, it's not saying he was a pimp. It didn't say he pimped off his wife.
I added the pimping out the wife.
That's what I'm saying.
And notice, I only said pimping out the wife with the Amalek version, because the Pharaoh version, he didn't know he was going to get all that stuff. But once he got all that stuff, this is just me, and this is just me. I now view it as, damn, that scam worked on that. Remember what happened with Pharaoh? Let me try this shit again. Let me do this shit again. And maybe we get some more stuff, maybe we don't. But you know what? There might be something. I want to save my life, but we might get a little something from this.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but you're looking at it from, I guess, in the street, how people operate in the streets. But that's not how those men, according to Scripture, are righteous men. And so the Most High would not have called them men righteous if they were not righteous. Because everybody that he feels is not righteous in Scripture, that's mentioned in Scriptures, he tells you, okay, this person ain't righteous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you do I know you understand this, but you do know that righteous doesn't mean perfect. Righteous just means that you follow the law as best you can. When you do something outside the law, you still follow the law by making your sacrifices or doing whatever repentance you need to do. And that's what makes you righteous, not being perfect, but being perfect in how you deal with life and your relationship with God, and following the laws as best you can. And part of following that law is the practices that involve repentance.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. I don't agree with what you just said necessarily, because I didn't even mention the word perfect. Notice that I mentioned righteous. I didn't even say the word perfect.
I know you didn't. I was just clarifying that. So the reason why I was clarifying that is because being righteous doesn't mean that Abraham can't do no wrong.
I never said that.
So
the Scriptures don't even teach me. Hold on, but
him telling a half lie, he can still be considered righteous if he, makes up for the lie.
Well, what I'm saying, the Scriptures never said anything about you can't do any wrong just because you're righteous. They don't mention that, because it talks about a person walking in the uprightness, but then if he turn from his righteousness, he can be destroyed or possibly destroyed. For if he don't, especially if he don't turn from that sin, he will be destroyed, right? So we know you can turn from righteousness. So I never mentioned that, but you mentioned that for a reason. But my question is, if you think you know so much about the Scriptures and you're saying they false, how can you think you know so much about the Scriptures and the true interpretation of the Scriptures and the accuracy and the accurate interpretation of Scriptures if you're not an Israelite? Why would you even think that you have the power or the calling or the ability or the authority, for that matter, to to think that you have the authority to interpret the scriptures correctly if you're not an Israelite?
And I'm not being a smartass, okay? I don't mean this in a smartass way, because I can critically think, and this is the smartass part that I don't want you to take as being me being a smartass, and because I am me, right?
Okay, no, I'm just curious.
And when I say I am me is because I know that I have authority over whatever I think, however I live,
okay,
and actions that I take. I have complete agency over that. So when I encounter any information, I have the authority for myself to critically think through it and develop whether or not it's true or false, because I'm going to look at not just that, but I'm going to look at everything surrounding it. And I'm going to look at, is it a possibility of being true or a possibility of being false?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a predetermined landing spot.
Well, I asked you that because the word of the Most High teaches that you do not have authority to interpret the scriptures like the way you're doing. If and you don't have the right to think that you know what you're talking about if you're not an Israelite. First of all, if you're not following the Most High, and if you're not an Israelite, you don't even have that. You don't even have. He don't give that authority and jurisdiction to non-Israelites, nor to people who don't believe in his truth.
So one, not to sound arrogant, I don't really give a shit about if the book says that, and the reason why is because I know that every book is written by a dude, and that dude is trying to sway people into his thought process. So if I were to write a religious book myself, there's some elements that I would add in it. I would add the great falling away. I would add that you got to have a certain spirit or a thought process in order to understand this. I would add those elements in there to make sure that I have an out for anybody who comes against it, so that people can say, oh, well, you know what? He leaned into his own understanding.
Okay, so watch this.
What understanding am I supposed to lean on if not the one of my own critical thinking?
Well, I can answer that, but I'm gonna leave that alone for a minute. So the other proof is the Sabbath day, and then we got 7 days in a week. So, and then some more proofs is the 10 Commandments is flawless. There's nothing better for my people than the covenant that He made with us. Those 10 Commandments. That law is flawless. If all our people committed and submitted to the 10 Commandments on daily and consistently, our lives will be better as individuals and as a whole. See what I'm saying?
But see, that's still not proof, because let me give you a couple things.
Well, okay, hold on. Why does that proof to you? That might be proof to somebody else, though. Wait a minute, what's proof to you may not be proof to you.
If you stop talking, I was going to tell you.
Okay, excuse me.
So the first thing is that as far as the Sabbath is concerned, when you actually research history, you find out that the idea of 7 days and the Sabbath being on Saturday comes from the Babylonians. They were the first ones to start incorporating that 7-day worship on the Saturday, right?
I'm sorry. Forgive me, man. I'm sorry. When I say Sabbath, I'm not talking about Saturday.
Well, you said
I'm just saying the 7th day of the week, whatever that is. I don't believe I don't teach it as Saturday, though. It's not Saturday. That's the Jewish so-called Sabbath. We're not Jewish. We're Israelites. So
what day is the Sabbath?
According to the Almighty's information that He's given me, it's Sunday, and Monday is the first day of the week.
Okay.
So we don't even deal with Saturday like that. That's Saturn. That's the 6th day of the week. That's right. That's when the Most High made Adam on Saturday. He made him on Saturday.
Okay, I don't know where you get that from, because I want to say that you're getting that because Constantine had changed that. In Rome they all have to worship on Sunday. Like Constantine made that edict that everybody worships on Sunday.
That was a good edict. That was a good edict, but
he did it because that's when the Romans worship the sun. Apollo, Mithra. That was a sun worship day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is, he got the day right, but he got who he worshiping wrong. What they worshiping wrong, they worshiping the wrong thing on that day, but they do got the day correct.
But so when you go from when you start in Genesis and you move forward, they're really, I can't think of where you would get anything that identifies the first day of the week and how our calendars work for the first day of the week being Sunday and then going through the rest of the week. So,
oh no, it's in there. It's in there. You just gotta study. I can give you a couple of something markers. When you look at the word akkad, right? When you look at the word first.
Wait. Worshiping on a certain day of the week is still not proof, right? That's just that anybody can do that. You see what I'm saying? Everything you're saying is something that anybody.
That's not true, boss man. That's not true. Let me tell you why. Because
hold on, let me finish because I want to hit your other point too before you make me forget what it was.
Okay, yeah, excuse me.
And shit, see, you're making me forget what the other part of it was. It was
you said anybody could do that.
No. You said the Sabbath, and then you were saying that y'all, your other part of your proof.
Yeah, it's 7 days in a week.
No, it wasn't. It didn't have nothing to do with the 7 days of the week. Was the other part? This is why I like to take each question as we go, and not do compounded questions, because I'll forget one of the questions. Oh well, I can't remember what it was right now.
It'll come back to you.
Oh yeah, I know it's going to irritate me when it does come back. But just because you worship on a certain day that is prescribed by a book doesn't give proof of the book or the accounts of the book. So that doesn't prove the flood when there's so much scientific evidence that goes against the flood.
Well, the scientific proof is the book. That's dealing with science, okay? When you look at that's dealing with knowledge. So actually, the book is actually that book is proof, because when you look up the word proof, it's going to deal with information. It's going to deal with documentation and stuff. So that book actually is profound proof actually, and then the prophecies that has come to pass is also proof. And then, like I say, humans, us Israelites living today. Like, for example,
wait, sorry, it just popped in my head. Popped in my head because you said Israelites living today. You said that the 10 Commandments is proof because that's one of the best ways to live. All right. So no, it's not. I'm not saying it's bad. Don't get me wrong. Some of the commandments are good from the first 10 commandments. And now you got another, when he broke the stones and came back with some new shit, he had some other commandments by not boiling a baby cow in his mother's milk and all these sorts of things as well. But those 10 commandments of don't steal, don't kill, don't covet your neighbor's wife and property and stuff, that's all fine. I have no problems with those. The first 4 of them dealing with making sure you worship this God, don't have any idols and that sort of thing. If you believe in a God, then yeah, God is going to be self-centered for you to not worship any other gods and just want you to worship him and to keep your Sabbath day holy. Okay, so I can pick up the Tao Te Ching and live just as peaceful, loving, giving life by following those 81 sayings as anyone could with the 10 Commandments. I could read the Code of I can live based on the Code of Hammurabi or the 42 Confessions of Ma'at and live just as peaceful. Actually, the 42 Confessions of Ma'at, other than all the worship parts, would be just as equally a good a life, a good a society and community as the 10 Commandments. So that's not proof. So what I'm saying is, by proof, you got to have something that we can tangibly look at and deal with. But I don't know if you was on here when I was talking to the previous young man. There's not enough water on, above, or below the planet for it to cover the highest mountain. And if you were at the highest mountain, everything at the highest mountain dies. So how does that work? Have you ever thought about that?
Well, actually, there is enough water in the heavens to flood the whole earth to the highest mountain. Now, whether that transpired like that in the times of Noah, whether that was a regional flood that's just dealing with all the people that was on the earth at that particular location, those particular locations. Okay.
It can't be a regional flood because it said it killed every human on earth, and it said it covered every mountain on
That's
earth.
why I just hold on. That's why I just said that at one point in time, the earth people wasn't living everywhere like they are on the earth. See what I'm saying? So it wouldn't be no need necessarily to flood those areas where there's no people at.
Okay,
But
at that time frame,
but
wait, at that time frame, there were people living all over the planet.
no, it wasn't. Go back and read it.
In 2500 BCE, that people weren't living in the Americas, even though we have evidence of people living in the Americas.
No, I'm talking about during the time of the flood.
Yeah, 2500 BCE.
I thought it was a little bit farther back than that, but I will have to go back and check my dates. But yeah, just to say 2500 BCE.
The max you can get is 3000 BCE. That's the max you can give it. Is 3000 BCE.
Okay, so that's I'm not going to trip on that. I'm not really, I'm just saying that people was not all over the. But also, you got to understand too.
You have to trip on that because you're making a claim that there wasn't people there when there were people there. There were people in South Africa during that time frame.
No, when I say that, okay, when you read Genesis, people was not everywhere at that time because when they was building that tower, they didn't want to be scattered all over the earth like that. So that's some signs of proof that people wasn't living everywhere. Also, the earth was one landmass, if I'm not mistaken, at one time.
Not at that time frame. That was 3 billion years ago.
Okay, well, I'm just saying according to my
I got to go
according to my science that the earth ain't been around. Well, humans ain't been on people ain't been on the earth for no 3 million years, according to the text.
Okay, even if we didn't do 3 million years, and even if we didn't go all over the world, the Egyptians were around during the time frame of the flood. The Minoans were around in the time frame of the flood, and these are people who are regionally close, right? They're regionally close, and their society never flooded like that. There was no wipeout flood that happened to their societies. That's just 2 of them in that area. There's more that was in that area. That's just 2 main ones.
Well, again, we get that's again the flood destroyed everybody on Earth at that time. Whether we agree on the dates or not. Okay, so according to the documentation, everybody did get destroyed except Noah and his family, right? So
that's problematic because at no time frame did everybody get destroyed. Even in the Mediterranean and Mesopotamian area, there was not one time frame that shows that everybody in Mesopotamia and the Near East Mediterranean areas were all destroyed.
Well, according to the word of the Most High, that is true. That everybody got destroyed except Noah and his family, the people that was on the ship on the ark. So, I mean, I'm not saying what you're saying is not. You can't find that information what you just said because I'm sure you probably can somewhere. Probably somebody did write that somewhere, but I wouldn't. So now we're in the point of, well, whose report are we going to accept as being true and accurate?
Well, so, and that's where the difference is. You're accepting a literary work as truth, where I'm looking at what we see in archaeology, what we see in geology. So when we look at archaeology, we see that the Egyptians who were in existence during the time frame of the flood never had a break where their entire society was destroyed. The Minoans are the same, never had a break where their entire society was destroyed during that time frame of the flood.
Okay, so where you get that information from?
The archaeological evidence of those people like what the Egyptian
Like what book? What would be the name of the book?
Oh, so I don't read books. I read archaeological papers. I read PhD papers. But I've actually been to Egypt and looked at the different meta-netures that goes through their kings list and what king was around for each time frame. And they don't have a break for a flood era. The same thing with Minoans. I've been to that portion of Greece and seen their ruins and seen their records of their civilization.
Okay, so their records may not put it in there. That don't mean it's not true. That you got to look at that as well. And then you're not necessarily showing, you're not telling me like what chapter, what book, or what paragraph, what paper, who wrote it, and all that.
Because literature is not proof. All right, for the most part, literature is just kind of like the glass of water that the waiter or waitress brings you before you get the meal. Right? It's just a little something. It's not. Literature is not hard evidence of anything. It just gets you started. You are, and I understand your perspective. For you, the Tanakh everything has to be based off the Tanakh. Anything outside of that is wrong. And it's interesting. You will place speculation on the Egyptian records recorded, the Minoans records recorded, but yet there's no speculation on your Tanakh recordings.
Well, because the Egyptian records recorded probably are not writing about Israelites history. So, if they are, they might not reveal to you that that's who they actually writing about in certain cases. So, of course, I'm not going to go if I'm want to study who my people are. Why would I want to go to the Egyptians to find out who my people are? You feel what I'm saying? That would be crazy. That's like going to a so-called European to find out who I am. Why would I do that?
I don't think that's crazy. But see what you're adding. You're speculating on what they may or may not have done, but you won't take that same speculation to your own because you believe that that's where you're from. Now, if the Egyptians, a flood of Noah's proportion that wipes out everybody is not an Israelite story. That would be a world story.
Why would you say that?
Because if it wiped out every civilization in the world, then the world experienced it. Then every civilization would have experienced it. So everybody.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. We got to look at this a little bit more. I think more critical than what we're looking at it. If everybody was wiped out other than the line of Noah, then none of those people who was living during the time of Noah who got wiped out would ever write about it because they're dead, sir. You got to understand this thing. This thing is serious. This thing is more serious than I think what you're looking at it.
And
so
that sounds like a logical thought process.
That's intelligent. That's an intelligent thought process.
No, because if Noah's line is the ones that started repopulating everything, then that would be a good logical line to follow. But the fact remains, though, that there is no break in these other civilizations before the Noah's Ark event would have happened. So
okay, wait, hold on. I'm trying to make sure I ain't confusing. So what you're saying is that there's no other nationality or government system or structure that records a worldwide flood or earth or a massive flood like the one mentioned in Genesis. Is that what you're saying?
No, there's some other civilizations that record a flood. What I'm saying is that the two that I mentioned, who are right there in that region, they do not record a flood. They record their history, and their history continuing through that time frame of Noah's flood without break, and their history continuing after.
Oh, okay. So that means they're lying. Then they're either lying or they don't want to reveal that information to the people. That way, because if they did tell the truth about that, guess what that would do? That would also confirm. That would confirm the Genesis story.
You have because of your preconceived ideas and your predetermined landing spot. You automatically go to they are lying, and not even consider that the Bible, your Tanakh, is lying.
Well, because the Most High don't lie. He's not a liar.
Right. So here's the thing: you don't have proof. What you have is belief, and I can't argue belief. That's why we're getting nowhere here. Because
well, no, I don't have belief. I just don't have belief. You got to get to the point where you actually.
Yours is purely faith, because you will choose to ignore or say that anything else is a lie. We see that we got the records from Nineveh, we got the records from Egypt, the record from the Minoans. We got the archaeology and the records from China, and we got South Pacific records and Australian records.
Okay, but those places was not even okay when since the flood took place. There wouldn't be no China. There wouldn't be no that would come. No, I'm saying that stuff that came later. All that stuff came later after the flood.
They wouldn't call China at the time frame, but we have they go through their histories of the different names and different tribes that was in existence during the time frame of the flood. I'm just using China as a geographical location that we both know exists today to understand that those ancient people who were in that region at that time frame, we know of their history as it moved through the flood area of Noah. And those people don't show a worldwide flood and show a continuous history. But the reason I say that yours is based on faith is because you dismiss anybody else's history in the favor of your own, which now we're just arguing faith. You're muted right now.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. I'm about to get my book.
No, we got. Oh hell! I've been on this damn thing for 4 hours and 48 minutes. I'm about to get off. Y'all been. I'm mad at myself. Y'all been tricking me into these long ass lives. My live's supposed to be 2 hours.
All right, so again, if I remember the information correctly, there was no people wasn't living all over the earth like we do today.
Yes,
but let me verify that.
So you're saying that all archaeology is lying?
Any archaeology just not lining up with the scriptures of the Most High, the teachings of the Almighty? Yeah, they're lying.
Okay,
they either lying or they leaving out some information or they adding some information to it. Not everything that they say is lying. No.
With all due respect, that we have nothing else to talk about, because anyone who thinks that if it doesn't line up with my theology, then it has to be a lie. We are arguing faith, and I don't argue.
Well, hold on, but it's not my theology. You make it seem like I wrote the book. I didn't write the book.
You believe it, so it's your theology, right? So there's no.
Well, it's not even a belief, because notice when you read in Genesis, it don't tell you to believe in this stuff. It don't say believe. It don't say. But just think what I'm saying. When you read Genesis 1, it don't say believe in this.
Those are you're being that's semantics.
No, I'm just saying it don't say believe in it. It don't even say have faith in it. It's just giving you documentation on what took place. You either accept it as the truth or you don't.
And it's not, because of scientific evidence that demonstrates that it's not. But like you said for yourself, if you remind me of especially during the 1800s, the people who call themselves archaeologists back then, mainly Christian archaeologists, it's the term, they got the Bible in one hand and a spade in the other hand, which means the meaning behind that is that no matter what they find, they're going to make it fit in the Bible, or they're going to say that it's a lie. So,
but the scriptures talks about.
But that's not how archaeology is done. That's not how science is done. You cannot have a predetermined landing spot. You go wherever the information leads.
That's what I'm saying. If you study the scriptures correctly, you will see that all this stuff is confirmed in archaeology. All this stuff is confirmed.
But it's not.
But you're not studying. You don't study that type of archaeology. You're studying stuff that goes against the archaeology that's out there. There's science. There's scientific. There's science. There's periodical. There's records. There's archaeology. There's artifacts.
Name it. Name one artifact that proves the flood.
That proves the flood.
Yep. Name one artifact that proves the flood. One piece of archaeology that proves the flood.
Human people that's living today that come from those people that was mentioned in the scriptures.
That is not archaeology that proves floods. You're trying to use a level of modern anthropology to try to say, and that's not even really anthropology. It's somewhat anthropology, but archaeology, you got to have something that proves the flood. People living today everybody who's alive today, generations go back to somewhere.
So you don't know. So you mean to tell me you rather deal with confusion and you don't know where man started. You don't know where it came from. You don't know who was the first man.
I'm not confused.
You don't know any of those things. If you get rid of if you say the Genesis situation stories, our Genesis story is wrong and a lie, then you don't. What foundation are you going to have to know where things come from? What started it? Who started it? You see what I'm saying? You eliminate a lot of information if you do that.
No, I'm not. I'm just not believing in a fairy tale. I don't see. Here's the thing. I don't have a problem with getting to a point where I don't know certain numbers, certain individuals of my ancestry. Now, I know that my ancestry goes back to 3 main places that I've discovered so far, which is Mali, the African Gold Coast of Ghana and Ivory Coast, and towards Nigeria. Now, because of lost information and whatnot, or oral tradition, I cannot identify individuals in those countries to know my family line there. But I know that my family comes from my primary family comes from those 3 groups of people, right? There's a little Scottish dude too who came from England, but I know my primary comes from those groups. That's, in all honesty, it's nice to know, but it's more important that I know me. I know my mom, my dad, my grandparents, my cousins, my brothers. That's more important to me, right? I don't have to know where man originated from in order for me to be me and to be the greatest version of myself. I don't need that. It's unnecessary. And to say where man as a whole originated, it wouldn't matter to me because it doesn't define me. What defines me is who I am and who I think I want to be and who I'm determined to become. And then knowing the family members that are directly connected to me, that their involvement, and all other people within my community and how they affect me, that defines me. But ultimately, I define myself. Regardless of my ancestry, I define myself.
Okay, so if you had children and they ask you, how did man get on this earth? Do you got a stabilized, honest, intelligent, wise answer for the children? But they're gonna ask you. They're probably gonna ask you if they're inquisitive.
Well, my kids have already asked me that. My kids are 29, 26, and 24. Right. So I've already been through all of that with my children. As far
as what was your basic answer? Or like, okay, granddaddy, daddy. They were like, okay, where did man come from?
Ain't no damn about his grandfather now. But
no, I'm well, I don't know. I'm just saying. You got a great beard. So I thought you might be a grandfather.
I'm gonna come kick your ass. Nah, I was just playing. No, so when the multiple times that me and my kids have had that conversation, I tell them, because I want my kids to be able to critically think through everything, I've told them the multiple creation stories from different groups around the world, right? And then we go through a process of critically thinking as to whether or not any of those creation stories can be true. And at the end of the day, even we look at the scientific hypotheses and theories about the creation of man or where man came from. And then I allow for them to critically think through it to determine where man comes from, if they're going to choose one or the other. But ultimately, the answer is always going to eventually get to a point where you just don't know and can't know. But
you don't know, can't know, huh? Okay, I hear you.
Now, as far as, see, you use the term something stabilizing. The stabilizing aspect of my children is their personal development of knowing themselves, learning their moralities from me and their mom and their uncles, brothers, cousins, grandparents, and so on and so forth, and their community, right? And them deciding what type of person that they want to be. So
Okay,
they
so
are incredibly stable children.
no, I'm not saying they're not stable in that sense. I'm saying stable in the sense of they have a foundation, a stable foundation on the origin of man. How did man get here? And like that. But you don't have that because you dismiss the teachings of Moses and the Israelites just mentioned in the book of Genesis
But
of how the Most High started it all.
But see, what you call stable, I call very unstable. I find the creations, I find pretty much all these creation stories to be an incredibly unstable, because
Okay, so
none of them have any proof, or they have been demonstrated to be an impossibility of the creation of man in the universe.
okay, so none of those stories. I never read all those stories that you probably read, but I don't. As far as I know, they don't go into detail like the Genesis story, nor do they mention that the creator did it. They're probably saying some crazy Big Bang theory did it.
No. They all are. There are some that are the Egyptian story is very detailed. So
it's very what?
It's incredibly detailed.
How is that? Okay, so who created? So what did the Egyptian story say about the beginning? Who in the beginning we know that the Most High created the heavens and earth. So what does the Egyptians say?
That Ra created the heavens and earth.
Who is Ra?
Ra is their supreme deity.
Who is a supreme being? But what I mean, who or what is he like? Because according to our understanding, Ra is the sun. We look at the sun every day.
No, Ra is represented by the sun.
Okay, so
you said you never read their stuff.
Well, I said I haven't read as much as you have on that stuff because I don't find it interesting. So with Ra he's a representative of the Most High, but see, my Most High, Ra is not the representative of the Most High.
Okay,
Ra is just Ra is the creation.
You put words into my mouth that I didn't say.
Okay, what'd you say?
Is the supreme deity.
Okay, Ra is the supreme deity who represents the sun.
Ra is so. To really go into it, and this is where you say that they don't have detail, they have plenty of detail. I was trying to give you a short version of it. So the Ogdode is the spiritual supreme energy of all creation. And then from the Ogdode, to bring a matter personification, Ra then came into being as a physical personification of the all-encompassing energy of the supreme energy, right? Supreme deity. Ra then goes on to create the earth and all the heavens and all and separate the waters, and they utilize other deities as personifications of these, and creates the waters. He creates the land. He then creates all the animals.
Okay, question: Is this Ra? Can he speak? Do he speaks to people?
Yeah.
Okay, well, how does he speak to people? I mean, does he speak to you?
He show up and talk to them. No, he's an imaginary God. All these guys are imaginary to me. So no, he don't speak to me. But to those people who believed in it just as fervently as you do, Ra spoke to them. Ra showed up.
How did he look?
Performed to them.
So Ra, so what somebody's trying to do, Ra, as far as I know, is the sun. They call him that's the sun god.
No,
and Adnan created the concept of that, or one of the, or he was one of the ones that created that, or
you're bastardizing someone else's religion, because what you're doing is saying that Ra is the sun. Ra is not the sun. His symbol is the sun. That's just what they use to symbolize him.
So their God got a symbol for him. They got a symbol. They got a physical man-made. I mean, not a man-made, but the Most High. See, our Creator, the Almighty, He created the sun. That's not a symbol of Him. That's His creation. So
it's the same way of saying how your God has the Ark of the Covenant that needs to be built for your God to travel in. the same way that
no, that's not the not the travel land.
The same way he had to have his tent of meetings that Moses was told how to build it and everything, so that he can show up and talk to Moses and the high priest. There ain't no difference.
It's not the same. You know why? Because
you just want to make it different because they built.
I'm not making it. Well, the book makes it different because Ra, the Most High.
This is why I'm stopping. I'm stopping this right now. This is why I don't get into, because this is all faith. All right, you're not actually able to provide some level of scientific evidence that the flood happened or that your God exists or none of it. This is all faith. And I understand you can't see it for some reason that it's not faith, but that's all.
What's faith?
What you are calling proof is faith. Because
so documentation is not proof. You mean to tell me? So you mean to tell me if you leave a will to somebody, that's not proof that that's their stuff? A will
you are trying to compare something. You're comparing apples to vegetables. You're comparing fruit to vegetables, bro.
Well, no, you said
a will that a person in today's world would write that can be verified, that the person exists right now. Like, you can verify that I exist. You have, what I'm saying, you have nothing to be able to verify that Moses exists, that Noah.
I do, sir. I'm about to show you something.
No, all you have is your book.
I got you. I'm about to show you something. To prove that your grandmothers, not just yours, but any of our grandparents existed. Our proof is the death certificate, sir, or the certificate of death, however you want to call it. That's the proof right there, right? Say we don't have no pictures. Say the camera and all that wasn't invented, whatever. You might have some illustrations possibly. So hold on, I'm gonna be quick. So the documentation is proof that your ancestors existed if you have the documentation. So our documentation that Moses existed. The birth certificate and the death certificate is in the book of Genesis when it comes to Noah, Abraham. See what I'm saying? That's documentation. I promise you, that's documentation, brother.
You are seriously trying to say that because the Tanakh says that at this age Lamech bore Noah, and at this age Noah died, and at this age and Moses was born. Damn, Pharaoh wanted to kill everybody, and Moses died at this time frame. You're calling that proof in the same way you want to evaluate modern day death certificates.
That is proof, sir.
No, that is not, sir. That is a story.
I know you may not like. I know you may not accept that as proof for you, but for me, I accept that as proof.
Because of faith. That's my whole point. Because of faith, and I don't.
Not faith. Not faith. It's just about what you don't call yours faith. Hold on. Just be fair about it. Just be fair about it, right? You're saying
I gotta kick you from the studio, bro, because you're going in a circle. I'm not doing this circle. And I said earlier that the literature of the Bible cannot be proof in and of itself. You have to have proof outside of that. But to keep saying that, oh, the Tanakh says, and that's the same thing as a death certificate. No. It doesn't work that way. And just like death certificate can be fraudulent, so can your Bible. So is your book. All right, y'all, it's been 5 hours. We gonna stop this 5 hour shit. I am not, what's old girl on TikTok, Thinker, who be doing them 14-hour lives. And what's the other girl? Fishado, be doing them 14-hour lives. I am not doing that. Oh my gosh. So you like it, Rick? No, hell no. 5 hours is too long, bro. It's too long. So it was an interesting live. We had some interesting conversations with some interesting people. Once again, I do not argue faith. You know, and once it gets to that, you ain't got no proof of nothing. You know, it's just your faith, and you can have your faith. But I appreciate you guys. Tomorrow's Friday, right? Yeah, because I heard the trash truck earlier. So tomorrow's Friday. So I will see you guys tomorrow at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. If you weren't able to get on today, maybe you can get on tomorrow. And I have no idea what the conversation is, but you know, we try to keep it within. So I will talk to y'all tomorrow. So y'all have, y'all have a great day. And are you serious? And I will see you guys tomorrow, 12 noon. Always remember you have to free yourself to be yourself because your greatness is non-negotiable. Oh, and remember we are having our meetup here in San Antonio, October 31st through November 2nd. So I would love for you guys to go to my YouTube page, click on, which is at Coach Renz, RENZ 33, and click on this video. And in the description, you will see the link to be able to join, get a reservation at the hotel where we're gonna have free breakfast and free supper at that hotel. So I look forward to meeting you guys on October 31st through November 2nd. We're gonna have some great conversations and everything. And I promise I'm gonna put out an agenda video real soon. So y'all have a great one. And I will see y'all tomorrow. You gotta free yourself to be yourself because your greatness is non-negotiable. Good journey, good vibrations. And the button don't want to work over here on the TikTok.